Chapter 1739. Although Wang Feixian knew she was not a match for Duan Lingtian before she made her move, she was still curious. What she wanted to know more was the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Before she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, she did not even have the courage to fight with Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was at the mastery refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had gone to the spirit pool to cultivate. Even if he had not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, his strength must have increased tremendously. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was greatly boosted. That was why she thought of sparring with Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? However, when Wang Feixian saw she could not break the defense on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body even after she had unleashed her full strength, she was dumbfounded. The confidence she had gained from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage had completely crumbled at this moment. Why you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? A terrifying thought instantly appeared in Wang Feixian's mind as she stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. The only explanation for the scene before her eyes was that he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how powerful a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was, it was impossible for him to block her full-powered attack so easily. Originally, Wang Feixian was wondering if this fellow had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out from the spirit pool. However, after she tested him herself, she was certain this fellow must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian merely shrugged and smiled faintly in the face of Wang Feixian's question. He did not say anything. However, in Wang Feixian's eyes, Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wang Feixian was thinking, he would be rendered speechless. The reason he did not say anything was because he was afraid it would frighten Wang Feixian. Moreover, Wang Feixian might not believe him. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. It was not even comparable to the current Wang Feixian. Of course, what was mentioned here was only cultivation and not strength. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer limited to cultivation. Even if he did not rely on his powerful physical body, even if he did not rely on external forces, his strength was already comparable to a great Sage Realm initial powerhouse. 3 days later will be the day our Heaven Palace will compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. At that time, I'll come and look for you, and we'll go together. After being dealt a blow by Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian's confidence had also crumbled. She was unwilling to stay here any longer. The moment her words left her mouth, she left in a hurry. We'll compete for the spot in 3 days. The Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 13 days. I'm really looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Feixian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian was unaware that while he was waiting to compete for the spot to enter the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone in 3 days, news of his identity as Lingtian had begun to spread. It had even reached the ears of a few quasi-third-rate forces. Lingtian, a saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old. As soon as he entered the mystical Sky Mansion, he fought to a draw with a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse from the Heaven Palace. After that, he entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool and only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Let alone the mystical Sky Mansion. Such a saint stage genius was extremely rare even in the other quasi-third-rate forces. For example, the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were the leaders of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy Subterranean. Although they also had such young geniuses, they only had one. Moreover, compared to Lingtian from the mystical Sky Mansion, they seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to this reason, the news of Lingtian had spread to the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, causing quite a commotion. In the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the supreme leader, Dugu, had also learned about this news. Has it been confirmed? Dugu asked in an indifferent tone as he looked at the black-clad old man who was standing respectfully below him. Yes, Lord Leader. The black-clad old man replied respectfully. The black-clad old man replied respectfully. This news was sent back by the people our mountain shade black market planted in the mystical sky mansion. There's no way it's fake. Lord Leader, Ling Tian is definitely a rare genius in our WCI subterranean. If our mountain shade black market can get him, even if you go to the upper province in the future, our mountain shade black market will still be glorious for a few hundred years. You seem to think highly of him. However, do you really think he's stronger than Black Hawk? Dugu asked again. Lord Leader, I suspect that Ling Tian from the mystical sky mansion has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although Black Hawk is a rare genius in our mountain shade black market, he's already 39 years old. He'll definitely have to wait until he's 40 years old before he can break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The black-clad old man said again. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young. Those above the age of 40 were no longer considered young. How old is Ling Tian? Dugu asked again. It's said that he's not even 38 years old. The black-clad old man replied. Not even 38 years old? Dugu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, does this mean that Ling Tian is not inferior to Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district not long ago? Perhaps he's slightly inferior to Li Feng, but it's not too far off. The black-clad old man's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, that Li Feng was short-lived. Many people guess that he's from the upper province. However, this Ling Tian is different. If he's from the upper province, it'll be easy for him to join those powerful forces. There's no need for him to come to our lower province to join a quasi-third-rate force. Good. Very good. Dugu nodded. Make a trip there and try your best to bring Ling Tian back. If he's unwilling, kill him. With him in the mystical sky mansion, won't they be able to ride on our mountain shade black market's head in another 100 years? I don't want the mystical sky mansion to become the second Azure Cloud Mansion. Do you understand? Understood. When the black-clad old man heard this, he nodded solemnly and retreated at the same time. Ling Tian, this name sounds a little familiar, Dugu muttered to himself. Dugu muttered to himself after the old man left. Then, he seemed to have recalled something. Oh right, Duan Rufeng's son is called Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt the name of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's son was similar to the name of the genius from the mystical sky mansion. Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market did not link the two of them together. The reason he did not link the two of them together was because he felt it was impossible for Duan Rufeng's son to be so monstrous. Secondly, he felt if Ling Tian was Duan Rufeng's son, he would definitely not go to the mystical sky mansion. Compared to the current Azure Cloud Mansion, the difference between the mystical sky mansion and the mystical sky mansion was huge. Since the Mountain Shade Black Market had received the news, the Azure Cloud Mansion that was not any weaker than the Mountain Shade Black Market had naturally received the news as well. On the celestial island that was suspended in the air, inside a huge palace, a blue-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat in the main hall. The two jade beads in his hands were spinning continuously as they emitted a soft sound. It was especially ear-piercing in this quiet main hall. Elder Yuan, you said the genius from the mystical sky mansion is called Ling Tian? Finally, the blue-robed middle-aged man who was also the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, spoke. At the same time, he looked at one of the two old men seated below him. Yes. The old man that Duan Rufeng was looking at was none other than Rong Yuan. At the same time, he was also Duan Rufeng's right-hand man. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was as famous as Kumi. When Rong Yuan heard Duan Rufeng's question, he nodded solemnly. At this moment, Kumi, who was standing at the side, also chimed in. Lord Mansion Master, this mystical sky mansion's Ling Tian seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, his name is exactly the same as young mansion masters. Could he be the young mansion master? Tianer? Upon hearing Kumi's words, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed. In fact, he had also thought of this possibility. However, he found it hard to believe that his son's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, how long had his son been in the Dao Martial Saint Land? If he's really Tianer, there's hope for him to fight with the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, 2 years later to obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, is it possible that he's Tianer? Duan Rufeng did not think it was possible. I don't think so. Rong Yuan shook his head and said, 2 years ago, when the young mansion master left Windfall Nation with the Devil Seal tablet, he was only at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. How's it possible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years? Perhaps it's impossible for ordinary people, but he's the young mansion master, the son of Lord Mansion Master, Kumi said confidently. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in the young mansion master, whom he had never met before. Naturally, this was also because of Duan Rufeng's monstrous talent. In his opinion, like father, like son. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Rong Yuan glanced at Duan Rufeng and fell silent for a moment. The rise of the mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion was definitely legendary. If his son inherited his monstrous talent, it was not impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. When Duan Rufeng noticed Kumi and Rong Yuan's gaze, he shook his head. He was the only one who knew his own experience. He was able to rise up in such a short period of time mostly because of the powerful devil cultivator, Black Underworld. At that time, in order to increase his strength, Black Underworld took many shortcuts. It was not a cultivation path that could be replicated by ordinary martial cultivators or Dao cultivators. For this reason, only he knew unless his son had a fortuitous encounter as well, it was impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. Elder Ku, whether he's Tian or not, you should make a trip to the mystical Sky Mansion to have a look. Chapter 1740. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. 10 days later, the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone would open. At that time, only 30 people would be able to enter to train. Naturally, instead of calling it training, it would be more accurate to call it treasure hunting. There were many good things in the St. Martial secret zone. The most attractive thing was undoubtedly the various divine ability relics hidden inside. Those divine ability relics were ancient relics left behind by powerhouses in the past. Not many of those powerhouses were from the mystical Sky Mansion. After all, the mystical Sky Mansion had only been promoted to a quasi-third-rate force recently. The mystical Sky Mansion had spent a lot of effort to recruit Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in hopes of having more people. If someone successfully broke through to the Divine Saint stage after coming out of the Saint Martial secret zone and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics in the Saint Martial secret zone, that would be the greatest reward. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a handful of people who had broken through to the Divine Saint stage and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics after coming out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Those who managed to pass down their divine abilities were even rarer. 10 days later, the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone would open. Since there were only 30 spots, they would have to compete for the spots to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Out of the 30 spots, the Heaven Palace had 10 spots. The remaining 20 spots were divided among the other 3 palaces. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements to enter the Saint Martial secret zone were not happy at all. If it was possible, they would rather compete with the other 3 palaces. Although the other 3 palaces only had less than 7 spots on average, the number of outstanding young disciples from the other 3 palaces was not even half of the Heaven Palace's. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the competition was extremely intense. There was a vast and boundless platform at the peak of the steep mountain where the Heaven Palace was located. The competition for the spots to enter the Saint Martial secret zone would be held here. For this reason, it was already crowded early in the morning. Many people from the other 3 palaces even came to watch the show. Although they were also competing for the spots to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, it was not as exciting as the Heaven Palaces. For this reason, the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace's disciples who were not qualified to compete had all come to the Heaven Palace early in the morning to watch the show. The spots for the Heaven Palace's spots, a palace's Heaven Palace's Heaven Palaces. One of the heavenly palace's disciples lamented. That's right. It sounds like our heavenly palace has more quotas than the other 3 palaces. However, if we were to really compete for it, the weakest of the 10 heavenly palace's disciples who obtain the quotas will definitely be stronger than the weakest 3 disciples from the other 3 palaces. Another heavenly palace's disciple said, "Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Putting everything else aside, just the powerhouses above the refined saint stage are already 4 in the heaven palace. More than 2 months ago, our heaven palace had new disciples. That Ling Tian and that Wang Fei Xian are both at the refined saint stage. With this, our heaven palace will have 6 refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40. The 6 of them will definitely be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. The competition for the remaining 4 spots will definitely be very intense. I suspect that without a cultivation base at the peak of the pristine Saint stage, I'm afraid it's impossible to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. So many Sage-level geniuses have been recruited into the mansion this time. And this has also put a lot of pressure on the people who originally met the requirements." That's right. Initially, I didn't think much of it when they said they were going to recruit Saint Stage geniuses. I thought no matter how many they recruited, there would definitely not be anyone above the refined Saint Stage. However, it did not cross my mind that not only did they recruit 2 refined Saint Stage powerhouses, but both of them even came to our Heaven Palace. Let's not talk about Wang Fei Xian. She's the granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She's also famous in our mystical Sky Mansion. That Ling Tian, I wonder where he came from. His strength is the strongest among all the disciples below the age of 40 in our mystical Sky Mansion. That Ling Tian was able to fight Guolu to a draw previously. His cultivation base must be close to the peak of the refined saint stage. After that, he went to the spirit pool again. It only took him 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Do you think it's possible that he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Isn't that obvious? I think he must have broken through. I think so too. Around the vast platform, one by one, the Heaven Palace's disciples discussed animatedly. The topic shifted from the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone to Duan Lingtian. Almost 80% of the Heaven Palace's disciples felt that Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the corner of the crowd, Guolu stood there quietly with a faint smile on his face. Only he knew that his junior brother Ling Tian's strength had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage a long time ago. To junior brother Ling Tian, the baptism in the spirit pool only gave him a push on his path to the eminent saint stage. Naturally, the reason Guolu had such thoughts was because Duan Lingtian had gone easy on him previously. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage at that time. After the baptism in the spirit pool, he might not have broken through, but his cultivation base must have improved. Due to this reason, he did not comment on the discussion of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. Guolu, do you also think that Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared next to Guolu. They were 2 young men. Upon closer inspection, they looked exactly the same. Not only that, but both of them were dressed in white. Coupled with their handsome faces, they appeared graceful and extraordinary. The person who spoke was the white-clad young man on the left. It was impossible to distinguish between these 2 white-clad young men because one of them had a red mole between his brows, while the other one had a black mole between his brows. The person who spoke to Guolu was the white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows. I don't know. When Guolu saw the 2 of them, he could not help but frown. Although these 2 fellows did not have any deep enmity with him, they liked to flaunt their strength. After he had been defeated by the 2 of them, they actually came to challenge him frequently, and each time, they showed no mercy. Moreover, there was once when he admitted defeat. They did not hold back and made him bedridden for half a month. Due to this reason, Guolu did not have a good impression of them. The 2 white-clad young men who looked exactly the same were the 2 mastery-refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace who were stronger than Guolu. They were a pair of twins, and both of them were stronger than Guolu. Once they joined forces, They could even defeat some ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the telepathy between the twins. Due to this reason, they were extremely arrogant. Guolu, you're really getting worse as you age. Isn't it just a brat who's still wet behind the ears? How embarrassing. The white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows, Luo He, who was the younger twin, glanced at Guolu disdainfully and sneered. It's fine if you're embarrassing yourself, but you actually dragged us into this as well. Due to the fact that you came to a draw with him that day, there are people who suspect that after that brat comes out of the spirit pool, both of us might not be a match for him at all. The other white-clad young man with the red mole between his brows, Luo Shan, said in a deep voice as he glanced at Guolu. If you want to prove yourself, why don't you look for junior brother Ling Tian to spar? Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Guolu said nonchalantly. Guolu, you're seeking death. Luo He's expression turned grave as true origin surged out of his body. It was obvious he wanted to attack. Am I wrong? Guolu smirked. I admit that I'm inferior to both of you. If both of you want to find a balance with me, I'll accept it. However, that would only make both of you look like cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Guolu did not intentionally lower his voice when he spoke, and it attracted the attention of many Heaven Palace's disciples. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples instantly surrounded them and looked at Guolu and the Luo brothers with interest. Humph! Luo He's expression turned grave when he saw Guolu had purposely lured them over. If he still made a move at this moment, it would really prove Guolu's words were true. A tree needed its bark, and a man needed his face. He, Luo He, could not afford to lose this face. Guolu, we'll let you know that any one of us brothers is stronger than that brat, Luo Shan said with a grave expression. Everyone knows how to boast. Why don't you wait until both of you can defeat junior brother Ling Tian before you say that? The smirk on Guolu's face deepened. At this moment, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who had surrounded them had roughly figured out what was going on. They began to whisper among themselves. The Luo brothers actually want to spar with Ling Tian? Any one of the Luo brothers is stronger than Guolu. However, it's very likely that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. If it's just one of them, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. The difference between the peak of the refined saint stage and the mastery refined saint stage is not a joke. If Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, unless the Luo brothers join forces, they won't be a match for Ling Tian at all. You've gone overboard with your words. Saying that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is merely a guess. Perhaps he hasn't broken through yet? If he really hasn't broken through, any one of the Luo brothers will stand a chance. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that he was being targeted by two of the most powerful people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace, a pair of twins. Outside the steep mountain wall, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian soared into the air together as they made their way to the peak. Have you notified Lu Jian and Ren Fei? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Yes. Chapter 1741. None of them managed to obtain a spot? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. He had not thought of this possibility before. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. However, his frown quickly disappeared as he said nonchalantly, if none of them managed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, there's nothing I can do to help them. As for the favor I owe their seniors, I'll find a chance to repay it in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. I hope those two fellows won't be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone this time. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself. In her opinion, even if Lu Jian and Ren Fei managed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, their strength would definitely be at the bottom among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who would enter the Saint Martial secret zone. They would only be a burden if they followed her and Ling Tian. For this reason, she hoped those two fellows would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone today. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian saw the anticipation in Wang Fei Xian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian could guess what she was thinking. However, he did not say anything about it. Since he had agreed to work with Wang Feixian, he would work with Wang Feixian as well. As for Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it would depend on whether they would be able to live up to his expectations. If they were not, he would not be able to help them. However, if they were, he would be able to help them in the St. Martial secret zone and try his best to give them a chance to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Naturally, he could only say that he would try his best. After all, he did not know much about the situation in the St. Martial secret zone. Due to this reason, he did not dare to make any guarantees. We're here. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air and entered the peak, Wang Feixian's voice resonated in his ears. Then, both of them rose into the air side by side and landed on the vast platform on the peak. The appearance of the two naturally attracted the attention of many people. The young man and woman, who were like a golden couple, walked side by side, like an immortal couple. Sensing the gazes around her, Wang Feixian's pretty face flushed a rare shade of red, revealing a rare shyness of a little girl. It's Wang Feixian. It really is her. I've seen this young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion once before, but I didn't expect she'd really join our mystical sky mansion. Moreover, she's even in our heaven palace. Just as the rumors say, this Miss Wang not only has martial talent and strength that are not inferior to men of the same age, she also has a face that can cause the downfall of a nation. God really treats her well, giving her all the good things. I'm afraid that other girls of the same age would feel ashamed of their inferiority when facing her. Soon after, many people recognized Wang Feixian. Based on their words, they praised Wang Feixian to the heavens. They were just short of saying this woman should only exist in the heavens. If it was any other time, Wang Feixian would not feel anything when she heard such praise. However, there was another person by her side now. Moreover, it was someone she admired. Due to this reason, she felt a little smug. At the same time, she instinctively turned her head to look at the man next to her. Soon after, Wang Feixian was disappointed. This was because she realized the man next to her did not react at all when he heard the people around him praising her. This caused her to feel a sense of defeat. What a blockhead! Wang Feixian cursed inwardly. I really don't know how he managed to deceive those 3 women of his. Even a blockhead like him knows how to woo girls. Someone recognized Wang Feixian. After a while, more and more people learned about Wang Feixian's arrival. Wang Feixian, the great young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion. It's said that she's already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator at such a young age. She can be considered as the strongest woman among the younger generation in the mystical sky territory. Not only is this great young Miss Wang's innate talent in martial Tao, but she's also as beautiful as a flower. Not only that, but she also has a powerful background as well. Whoever marries her will have to work harder for at least 30 years. You're right. Unfortunately, although great young Miss Wang has many suitors, she doesn't care about any of them at all. It's obvious she has high standards. I'm afraid there aren't many men in this world who can catch her eye. As time passed by, more and more people came closer and looked at Wang Feixian one after another. Great young Miss Wang actually came with a man. Who's he? Great young Miss Wang is actually so close to him. My God, is this really the great young Miss Wang who keeps men at arm's length? Soon after, many people noticed Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Wang Feixian. All eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice these gazes as he continued to walk forward. When Wang Feixian noticed the gazes from the surroundings and saw Duan Lingtian's calm reaction, she rolled her eyes as a sinister smile appeared on her face. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Wang Feixian extended her hand at lightning speed and held Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked forward. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian came to a halt when his arm was held. He looked at Wang Feixian with a frown on his face. Hey, you can't be so petty, right? I'm just hugging your arm. Do you have to be like this? Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian to stop because of her little action. Moreover, he even questioned her in a questioning tone. She instantly felt wronged. She was the great young miss of the tyrannical saber mansion who had countless pursuers. Today, she took the initiative to hug a man's arm and was treated in such a manner. When had she ever been treated like this? At this moment, Wang Feixian showed a rare expression of being wronged. Duan Lingtian's heart softened a little. If you like hugging, then go ahead. Duan Lingtian shook his head and did not say anything else. Who knew if this young lady would cry if he continued? The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Wang Feixian hugging Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked forward. Who? Who is that guy? Great young Miss Wang is hugging his arm? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. Oh my God. Since when did great young Miss Wang fall to the point of taking the initiative? In the past, many young men wanted to pursue her, but they were all rejected by her. However, today, she actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm. I'm so envious. How nice would it be if I were that man? Stop dreaming. With your ugly appearance, it'd be a wonder if great young Miss Wang would take a fancy to you. Many gazes that were as sharp as knives landed on Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. To the men in the mystical sky mansion, Wang Feixian was undoubtedly the woman of their dreams. She was high and mighty and could not be profaned. However, today, Wang Feixian actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm in front of them. Who's he? I've never seen him before. Although Duan Lingtian's alias, Lingtian, had long become famous in the mystical sky mansion, not many people had seen him before. Due to this reason, many people did not recognize him. Isn't that Lingtian? Finally, someone recognized Duan Lingtian after confirming his identity a few times. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His words were like a huge rock that had fallen into a calm lake. It caused the surface of the lake to explode, causing waves of uproar and ripples to arise. Lingtian? He's Lingtian? He's the Duan Lingtian who fought Guolu to a draw and only stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days before completely absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. I can't believe this Lingtian is not only strong, but he's also so handsome. I just realized. My heart is beating really fast. I think I might have fallen in love with him. Many pairs of eyes that were trained on Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and astonishment. Many female disciples kept throwing flirtatious glances at Duan Lingtian. Based on their postures, it was as though Duan Lingtian could push them down at any time if he wanted to. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian's identity had been exposed, her limelight was completely overshadowed. However, she was surprised to discover that not only was she not unhappy, but she was also in a good mood. As long as one was not a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was particularly ill-informed, almost everyone had heard of Wang Feixian. Although Ling Tian had just risen in the mystical sky mansion, his deeds were enough to amaze everyone. Ling Tian is here? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. I haven't seen this saint stage genius from our heaven palace before. Me too. I've only heard of him before, but I've never seen him before. In the distance, more and more heaven palace's disciples learned that Duan Lingtian had arrived. Immediately, a group of people began to swarm toward Duan Lingtian. Their purpose was, naturally, to see Duan Lingtian's true colors. To be more precise, they wanted to see the true colors of Duan Lingtian, who Lingtian had assumed the name of Lingtian. Without any surprise, Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention. More and more people began to gather from all directions, including the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the other 3 palaces who had come to join in the fun. They were also curious about this monstrous disciple from Heaven Palace. They wanted to see what kind of person he was. Since so many people knew Duan Lingtian had arrived, Guolu, naturally, knew as well. He immediately went over and looked at the Luo brothers who were standing nearby provocatively. It was as though he was saying to them, "The real deal is here. Do you dare to challenge him?" When the Luo brothers sensed Guolu's provocative gaze, their expressions turned grave. At the same time, it was unknown if they were hot-headed or they really wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. After Guolu retracted his gaze, they began to make their move and walked toward the crowd. Junior brother Lingtian. Unlike the others who were standing at the side and whispering among themselves, Guolu walked through the crowd and greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Senior brother Guolu. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Guolu, so he responded with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, the Luo brothers will most likely challenge you in a while. You can just spar with them alone. If they join forces, you can just reject them directly. When the two of them join forces, they've even defeated many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Since they're twins, they have a telepathic connection with each other. Chapter 1742. Luo Brothers? Upon hearing Guai Lu's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have heard of the Luo brothers before. Great young Miss Wang, have you heard of the Luo brothers? Duan Lingtian could not recall anything at this moment. He could not help but ask Wang Feixian, who was next to him through voice transmission. Aren't the Luo brothers the two most powerful people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace? They're even stronger than Gualu. However, with your current cultivation base, it'll be easy for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they join forces, you might not be able to win. After all, you've just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It was rare for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak to Wang Feixian. When Wang Feixian heard his question, she immediately responded as though she was afraid someone would beat her to it if she was too slow. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian was communicating with her through voice transmission. Others would not be able to hear it at all. I remember now. With Wang Feixian's reminder, Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when the news of him coming to a draw with Gualu spread in the Heaven Palace, he had heard that Gualu was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. His strength was only inferior to a pair of twins. The twins were the Luo brothers. However, at that time, he did not think much of it. In his opinion, the Luo brothers' strength was not much different from Gualu's. If he wanted to, he could easily defeat them. Twin brothers? Telepathy? Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the Luo brothers before, he did not know much about them. After hearing Gualu and Wang Feixian's words, he became curious. Senior brother Gualu, I don't know the Luo brothers at all. Why would they challenge me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Gualu didn't hide anything and told him about the conflict between him and the Luo brothers. In the end, he said with an apologetic expression, Junior brother Lingtian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into this, but the two of them really went too far. Besides, I believe that with your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they want to join forces, you must not accept the challenge. In that situation, even if you don't accept the challenge, no one will say anything about you. Instead, they will say that they are useless and only dare to fight you if they join forces. As he finished speaking, Gualu reminded him again. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Luo brothers when he heard Gualu talking about their belligerence. If it was just a normal battle lust, it could be interpreted as a pursuit of martial arts. However, the Luo brothers didn't even let go of those who had lost to them. Just like Gualu, even though he had already admitted defeat, they still continued to provoke him, forcing him to make a move and humiliating him. In his opinion, both of their belligerents had reached the point of abnormality. He was disgusted by it. Only a saint stage genius like Ling Tian is worthy of this great young Miss Wang from the tyrannic Saber Mansion. More and more people gathered around them. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples, there were also many Earth Palaces, Mystical Palaces, and Yellow Palace's disciples. The men looked at Ling Tian enviously, while the women looked at Wang Feixian enviously. Wang Feixian was very attractive to the men present on the scene, but Duan Lingtian was also very attractive to the women present on the scene. Junior brother Lingtian, we're all very curious. Have you already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out from the spirit pool? Soon after, a middle-aged Heaven Palace's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. They were also very curious about this. Among them, Wang Feixian was included as well. 3 days ago, Wang Feixian had asked Duan Lingtian if he had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian had only smiled and did not answer her directly. Although she was almost certain Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, she still wanted to hear the answer from Duan Lingtian at this moment. Faced with the group of people's attention, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Is this important? Was this important? Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to give such an answer. The crowd fell silent immediately. Many people even thought to themselves, looks like this Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Hermph! What a bluff! A loud voice suddenly resonated in the air when the atmosphere became slightly gloomy due to Duan Lingtian's indifferent reply. Following that, two tall figures walked out from behind the crowd and entered Duan Lingtian's line of sight in just a blink of an eye. These were two young men dressed in white who looked exactly the same. The person who spoke was none other than the white-clad young man with a black mole between his brows. He's the younger brother of the Luo brothers, Luo He. At the same time, Guo Lu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him, the one with a red mole between his brows is the elder brother, Luo Shan. Luo Shan and Luo He. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he glanced at the two men indifferently. He could feel the intense hostility in their eyes. If it was not for Guo Lu's reminder, he would have been puzzled as to why these two men whom he had never met before would look at him with such hostility. However, with Guo Lu's reminder, he was already used to it. It's the Luo brothers. Don't tell me there's a conflict between these two brothers and Lingtian? I'm not sure. Based on their actions, I don't believe there's no conflict between them at all. When the onlookers saw the Luo brothers appearing in such a domineering manner and opposing Duan Lingtian, they looked at them expectantly. Bluff? Luo He, what do you mean? Guo Lu stood next to Duan Lingtian and looked at Luo He with a grave expression as he stood next to Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me he's not bluffing? Luo He sneered. If he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, why can't he admit it? In my opinion, although he has gone through the baptism in our Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he definitely hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not that easy to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Guo Lu, you're really getting worse as you age. Luo Shan looked at Guo Lu and sneered. He's just a disciple who has just entered our mystical sky mansion, and yet, you're trying to curry favor with him. Are you willing to be his dog and follow him everywhere? Guo Lu did not expect Luo Shan to have such a sharp tongue. He was so angry that his face turned red. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm spouting nonsense? The sneer on Luo Shan's face deepened. If I'm spouting nonsense, would you stand on his side and stand up for him? He's my friend, Guo Lu said in a deep voice. What nonsense? Friend? What a joke. Luo Shan said disdainfully, as far as I know, you've only met him once before today. Moreover, you even fought during the first time you met. However, this is only the second time you've met him, and you're telling me he's your friend? Are you trying to tell me you don't know each other and appreciate each other? So what if I do? Guo Lu said coldly. Luo Shan opened his mouth and was about to say something when Duan Lingtian's hand landed on Guo Lu's shoulder. Senior brother Guo Lu, some people don't even have friends. What's the difference between discussing this with him and playing the lute to a cow? Playing the lute to a cow? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone looked at Luo Shan strangely. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, the Luo brothers did not have many friends due to their arrogance. Even if they did have friends, they were just fair-weather friends. For this reason, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a needle that pierced the Luo brothers' Achilles' heel. Both of their expressions turned grave immediately. Playing the lute to a cow? This analogy is quite apartment. Many of the onlookers laughed. Most of these people were not afraid of the Luo brothers. Some of them even came from the main mansion. They were all eminent saint stage disciples who were ranked on the mystical Sky Mansion's mystical sky ranking. You're right, junior brother Lingtian. I've been too sensitive. When Guo Lu heard Duan Lingtian's analogy, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. At the same time, he nodded solemnly and played along. Lingtian, everyone says you're very talented and strong, but I can't believe you're so good at talking as well. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. Do you dare to fight with me, Luo He? Luo He, who had a grave expression, took a step forward and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he issued a challenge. Whoosh! Although many people had vaguely guessed this would happen, they still burst into an uproar when they saw it with their own eyes. Luo He was challenging Lingtian. Everyone present, especially the Heaven Palace's disciples, was very familiar with Luo He. Luo He was a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. His strength could be ranked second among the mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples in the Heaven Palace, second only to his twin brother, Luo Shan. As a Heaven Palace's disciple, Luo He's strength was widely acknowledged. Even among all the mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for Luo He to be ranked in the top 5. Unlike Luo He, Lingtian had only entered the mystical Sky Mansion 3 months ago. Although he had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion, Lingtian's fame was much greater than Luo He. In the Heaven Palace, perhaps everyone knew about Luo He and Lingtian, but in the entire mystical Sky Mansion, there were definitely more people who knew about Lingtian. This was because Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. Many people even said the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Lingtian as his direct disciple. However, today, Luo He actually wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. Isn't Luo He afraid that Lingtian has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage? Many people looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Just like what Luo He said earlier, based on Lingtian's reaction earlier, it's highly likely that his cultivation base has not broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. Perhaps it's because of this that he has the courage to challenge Lingtian. More and more people whispered among themselves. Chapter 1743. Of course, if he's certain Lingtian has already broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage, why would he be so courageous to challenge Lingtian? If Lingtian has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage, unless the two brothers join forces, it's impossible for them to be a match for Lingtian. That's right. Even if Lingtian has broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage, he must have just broken through not too long ago. The Luo brothers will definitely be able to defeat such a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage if they join forces. The problem is Lingtian might not have broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. For this reason, he's in a very dangerous situation. 2 months ago, before Lingtian entered the spirit pool, he was already evenly matched with Guolu. Now that he has undergone the baptism of the spirit pool, even if he hasn't broken through, his cultivation base must have improved a lot. If he fights Luo He, he might even be able to defeat him. The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them were looking forward to the battle that was about to begin. From the beginning until the end, they did not seem to be worried Duan Lingtian would not accept the challenge at all. Lingtian, don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge? Luo He could not help but mock Duan Lingtian when he saw he did not seem to have any reaction to his challenge. Do I need to accept the challenge? Just make your move. Faced with Luo He's provocation, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Luo He indifferently under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His tone was extremely casual, as though he did not think much of Luo He at all. In fact, he did not think much of Luo He at all. Why would he be afraid of a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator? Lingtian seems very confident. At this moment, many people could see Duan Lingtian's confidence. Don't tell me Lingtian has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage? It's possible. We'll be able to tell if he has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage or not when he makes his move. More and more people were anticipating Duan Lingtian to show his cultivation base at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. If Duan Lingtian was really at the peak of the refined Saint Stage, it was normal for him to be so confident. Luo Shan frowned as his heart jolted. This Duan Lingtian is actually so confident. Don't tell me he has really broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage? In fact, it was not only Luo Shan. Even Luo He was hesitating. Duan Lingtian's confidence made him somewhat unsure whether Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying, or if he really had the strength. However, based on the current situation, there was no way out for him. After all, he was the one who initiated the challenge. If he retreated now, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the mystical Sky Mansion. He would not be able to hold his head up high in the mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Ling Tian, I have to say, you're really crazy. Luo, he took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. His voice was cold as he said, I'd like to see what makes you so confident. The moment his words left his mouth, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. The true origin that he had been accumulating in his body suddenly rose up. In just an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius of Luo, he began to tremble. The ground began to tremble as well, causing the onlookers to retreat one after another, making way for them. A mere mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse actually dares to challenge Ling Tian? This Luo, he really overestimates himself. Wang Feixian, who had retreated far away, could not help but sneer when she saw Luo he making his move. She knew very well about Ling Tian's strength. Even when she unleashed her full strength, she still could not break through the defensive technique that Ling Tian cast. Based on this, it was very likely that Ling Tian had already broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, she did not have any doubts about the outcome of this battle. Water attribute true origin? When Luo he consolidated his territory with his true origin, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the aura of water. Moreover, it was getting denser and denser. This territory seems to be formed by water as well. However, the water in this territory is not something ordinary water can compare to. It has a very strong offensive ability. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he noticed a vast stream of water had suddenly appeared in Luo He's territory. Before he could react, the vast stream of water had already transformed into a gigantic water dragon that charged toward him. Boom, 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 boom. The water dragon charged out, causing the air to tremble. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. A dragon? When Duan Lingtian saw the water dragon that Luo He's territory had transformed into, he raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, the sun true origin in his body began to stir and swept out through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the surface of his body, causing him to look as though he was enveloped in a layer of golden light. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun true origin left his body and rose up into the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing sun that hovered in front of everyone's eyes. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the blazing sun appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What kind of true origin is this? Many people were dumbfounded. This was their first time seeing such an exaggerated true origin. This true origin. In the crowd, Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who were standing side by side, frowned. Then, they looked at each other tacitly and communicated through voice transmission. This true origin seems to be quite similar to the true origin of Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. According to my uncle, the moment Li Feng's true origin appeared, it emitted a dazzling golden light like the blazing sun. Don't tell me this Ling Tian really knows Li Feng and has some kind of relationship with Li Feng? At this moment, whether it was Lu Jian or Ren Fei, they could not help but recall that when they entered the Heaven Palace, Duan Lingtian had mentioned that he knew Li Feng and was Li Feng's friend. However, at that time, most people thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. However, now that they saw Duan Lingtian's true origin, they felt things might not be as they thought. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was not bragging and did indeed know Li Feng and had a close relationship with Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not know his true origin had attracted Lu Jian and Ren Fei's attention. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. This was because he knew his true origin would be exposed sooner or later. It did not matter if it was exposed sooner or later. In any case, nobody would think he was Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. He was very confident in his disguising secret tactic. Roar. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the water dragon that Luo he had transformed into with his territory seemed to have let out a furious roar. In just a few moments, it appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Whoosh! At the same time, They saw the blazing sun hanging above Duan Lingtian's head suddenly expanded as though it had exploded. It was so dazzling that many people could not help but squint their eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a golden divine dragon that was shrouded in blood-red energy appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Roar! As soon as the golden divine dragon appeared, it roared as well. Then, it moved its huge and long body toward the water dragon. In terms of size, the golden divine dragon was not even half the size of the water dragon. However, in terms of force, the golden divine dragon was not any weaker than the water dragon. True origin consolidated beast? Upon seeing this, many people could not help but be stunned. They could see Duan Lingtian had cast the true origin consolidated beast technique. Compared to the true energy condensed domain, this technique was a level lower. Why would Duan Lingtian cast the true origin consolidated beast under such circumstances? Doesn't he know he's at a disadvantage? Many people looked at each other, puzzled by Duan Lingtian's actions. This guy didn't cast the true origin consolidated territory, but cast the true origin consolidated beast instead. Luo, he is not an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator who can be trampled on by him. A mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator might not be a match for him, but he'll definitely be at a disadvantage since he's looking down on his opponent. In the distance, Wang Feixian frowned. She felt Duan Lingtian was being too careless. You're seeking death. Upon seeing this, Luo he sneered. At the same time, he continued to mobilize his true origin and infused it into the water dragon through his territory. In an instant, the water dragon's body expanded again. When it flew out, it was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Everywhere it passed, the sunlight seemed to be completely covered by it. It was as if the sun and the moon had lost their light. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the void trembled, as if the world was about to collapse. The golden divine dragon, surrounded by blood-red aura, finally collided with the water dragon. It was like two meteorites flying from the horizon, fiercely colliding with each other. The former was the true origin consolidated beast that Duan Lingtian had cast. The latter was the true origin consolidated territory that Luo he had cast. The latter was a level higher than the former. Duan Lingtian is being too careless. That's right. At this moment, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, his true energy consolidated beast would at most be on par with Luo he's true energy consolidated territory. If he's not a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage and might even be forced into a passive situation. I really don't know what he's thinking. Most of the onlookers did not know what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind. We'll soon find out if Duan Lingtian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage or not. However, to most of the onlookers, the result of the collision between the two divine dragons would expose Duan Lingtian's cultivation base to them. Finally, along with the waves of air created by the collision of the two dragons, the gusts of wind gradually stopped. Everyone saw that the golden divine dragon and the water dragon had disappeared. On the other hand, Lingtian and Luo he were standing in their original positions, completely unharmed. It was apparent the two forces that collided earlier were on par with each other. Gasp, 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 gasp. When the onlookers saw the result, they fell silent again. However, a few moments later, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths resonated in the air. Lingtian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. There was only one possibility for such a result. Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be on par with Luo he, who had cast the true energy consolidated territory with just his true energy consolidated beast. Chapter 1744. Naturally, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo he was only a temporary tie. After all, he had only used the true origin consolidated beast technique, while Luo, he had used the true origin consolidated territory technique. In fact, it was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would be able to easily defeat Luo he even with the true origin consolidated beast technique. The reason he did not make such an exaggerated move was because he did not want to reveal his trump card too early. Since many people thought he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he would maintain his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was impossible for an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator's true energy consolidated territory technique using the true energy consolidated beast technique. At most, it would be a tie. The peak of the refined saint stage. Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian had achieved what he wanted. After the initial battle between him and Luo He, everyone present on the scene thought he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This fellow. So what if he is broken through? He actually refuses to admit it. Wang Feixian shook her head. She glanced at Duan Ling Tian in embarrassment. A hint of resentment could be seen in her eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage. Luo He's expression changed drastically. It did not cross his mind that Ling Tian had really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how weak a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage was, it was not someone he could fight alone. Luo Shan, who was watching from the sidelines, also had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Ling Tian has really broken through. Since Duan Ling Tian had displayed his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage, he did not intend to stop after his attack failed. His figure flashed as he charged toward Luo He like a ghost. Be careful, Luo He. Luo Shan's expression changed as he reminded Luo He. In fact, even if Luo Shan didn't warn him, Luo He had already sensed the danger and wanted to dodge at the first moment. However, as a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, how could he possibly evade a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who made the first move? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was charging toward Luo He at his fastest speed as a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian appeared at the spot where Luo He was standing earlier. On the other hand, Luo He was sent flying and smashed into the ground in a very sorry state. From the beginning to the end, Luo He's Zhen Yuan was suppressed by Duan Ling Tian's Zhen Yuan and was in a state of collapse, unable to condense. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Luo He had provoked Ling Tian and then challenged Ling Tian. But in the end, he had ended up like this, being sent flying by Ling Tian with a single strike. If Ling Tian hadn't used the quintessential essence condensed beast method to play with Luo He, I'm afraid that Luo He would have been defeated in just one exchange. Isn't it obvious? Luo He really overestimated himself. He's asking for humiliation. Most of the spectating mystical Sky Mansion's disciples had a hint of mockery in their eyes when they looked at Luo He, who was crawling up from the ground. Their words were not polite at all. More and more people began to mock Luo He. In the end, more than 90% of them were mocking Luo He. Perhaps, many of them were not a match for Luo He, but since most of them were mocking him, they were not worried Luo He would seek revenge on them. After all, it was impossible for Luo He to seek revenge on everyone present on the scene. After Luo He stood up, his face turned pale. However, he could not say anything. At this moment, what else could he say since he was not as strong as others? Ling Tian. At this moment, Luo Shan opened his mouth and successfully shifted everyone's attention to him. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage after the spirit pool's baptism. Now that you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's normal that my brother and I aren't a match for you. However, if I'm willing to accept both of your challenges and defeat both of you will submit to me, right?" Before Luo Shan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, all the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene looked at Luo Shan with a strange expression on their faces. If what Duan Ling Tian said was true, Luo Shan was really shameless. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, who did not know that the Luo brothers could defeat many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage if they joined forces, Luo Shan frowned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to know what he was going to say next. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. Thus, he nodded and said, "That's right. Of course, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, you can reject it. Even if you reject it, nobody will say anything about it. After all, you're indeed stronger than both of us brothers." No one thought that Luo Shan would say something like that so frankly. Although it sounded a bit shameless, it was actually quite open and aboveboard. "Ling Tian, do you dare to fight with both of us brothers?" At this moment, Luo He, who had consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Since Duan Lingtian was already a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was not embarrassing for him to defeat him. However, if there was a chance for him to defeat Duan Lingtian and dampen Duan Lingtian's spirit, he would not miss it even if he and his brother joined forces to defeat Duan Lingtian. Ignore them. The moment Luo He's words left his mouth, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian's voice. The Luo brothers are very strong individually. They're the strongest among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. Once they join forces, it's impossible for someone who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage to be a match for them. In the Heaven Palace, it's said that the number of disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage who were defeated by their joint forces is no less than double digits. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, her voice was filled with solemnity. At the same time, another familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Gualu's voice. "Junior brother Ling Tian, they're really as shameless as I thought. There's no need for you to pay attention to them." As soon as Gualu finished his voice transmission, he instantly looked at Luo Shan and said mockingly, "Luo Shan, if you want to outnumber him, just say so. Stop trying to sound so pompous. The combined age of both of you brothers is more than 100 years old. How dare you say you want to join forces to fight a new disciple who's not even 40 years old yet?" The moment Gualu's words left his mouth, many people looked at the Luo brothers strangely. Gualu has a point. The Luo brothers are too shameless. I think they're just unwilling to admit defeat and want to join forces to fight back. Shameless. They're too shameless. The combined age of both of them is more than 100 years old, and they're shameless enough to join forces to challenge a person who's not even 40 years old yet. Many people began to mock them, causing the Luo brothers' faces to turn green before it paled. Naturally, when both of them looked at Gualu again, their eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that there were so many people present and the mystical Sky Mansion's rules were not strict, they would have long attacked and killed Gualu. "Ling Tian, I've already said that you can refuse." Luo Shan took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said this. "Ling Tian, if you don't dare to accept it, then you're a coward, a coward. Ling Tian, if you don't accept the challenge, then you're not a man." At the same time, two voice transmissions sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. They were from the Luo brothers. At this moment, the purpose of their voice transmissions was self-evident. It was undoubtedly to provoke and enrage him, so he would accept their joint challenge in a hot-headed state. Humph! Upon hearing their voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. His expression turned grave as he looked at the Luo brothers coldly. "Even if you didn't provoke or enrage me through voice transmissions, I wouldn't have rejected your challenge. Since both of you want to join forces to challenge me, come at me then. Come at me then." Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered the ears of the people present on the scene. Most people did not expect Duan Lingtian would really accept the Luo brothers' joint challenge. "You're too rash, junior brother Lingtian." At the same time, Wang Fei Xian and Gualu's voice transmissions sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Both of their voices were slightly anxious. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still accept the Luo brothers' joint challenge even after they tried to dissuade him. This means Lingtian agreed to it? He's too rash. Indeed, he's too rash. Any one of the Luo brothers is almost invincible among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. When both of them join forces, they've defeated more than 10 Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of their telepathy. Those at the peak of the refined saint stage, especially those who had just broken through, are no match for the two brothers at all. I'm afraid Ling Tian doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the challenge. I think Ling Tian knows about this. After all, he has a good relationship with Guolu. Guolu must have reminded him. I'm guessing he accepted the Luo brothers' joint challenge because they must have provoked him through voice transmissions. They must have said something unpleasant and successfully enraged him. Earlier, he seemed to have said the Luo brothers had teased him through voice transmissions. These Luo brothers are too shameless. In order to make Ling Tian agree to their joint challenge, they're willing to do anything. They're an embarrassment to the Heaven Palace. Even if that's the case, Ling Tian is too rash. Any normal person would be able to tell the Luo brothers had an ulterior motive behind their provocation. Sigh, he's still too young. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers began to make a ruckus. Many people looked at the Luo brothers with a disdainful expression on their faces. There were also many people who looked at Duan Lingtian and could not help but shake their heads. They felt Duan Lingtian was too rash. Haha, good, good. Chapter 1745. He actually agreed to it. Looks like this fellow is a simple-minded martial maniac. Luo Shan sneered inwardly. No matter what, since Duan Lingtian had agreed to the Luo brothers' joint challenge, this matter was, naturally, a foregone conclusion. Although Wang Feixian and Guai Lu's expression was grave, they did not say anything to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. They knew it was too late for Duan Lingtian to back out now. Don't tell me he's confident he can defeat the Luo brothers? Even Wang Feixian did not know why such a thought would appear in her mind. However, the moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt it was impossible. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, any disciple who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is no match for the Luo brothers when they join forces. The strength of the Luo brothers is widely acknowledged. Forget it. I'll let him suffer a little more so he won't dare to act alone and ignore other people's opinions in the future. Wang Feixian was, naturally, unhappy that Duan Lingtian did not listen to her advice. In fact, she was doing this for his own good. As Duan Lingtian and the Luo brothers stood facing each other, the atmosphere became a little tense. Although there were many people watching, they remained silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. What's going on over there? At this moment, a voice resonated from afar. It was a Heaven Palace's disciple who had just arrived at the peak. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he walked over. Soon after, he learned about the situation from the people around him and joined the crowd. This Ling Tian is too arrogant. Although he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he has just broken through not too long ago. It's impossible for him to be a match for the Luo brothers when they join forces. Subsequently, as Duan Lingtian and the Luo brothers stood facing each other, more and more people arrived one after another. Senior brother Wang Pai. Unknowingly, some of the Heavenly Palace's disciples who were watching from afar were greeting the young man who had also joined the crowd. This young man was none other than the direct disciple of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi, Wang Pai. He was also the one who brought Duan Lingtian to the spirit pool that day. Junior brother Lingtian, you're being a little rash. I've also heard of the Luo brothers. Ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage might not be a match for them, let alone you who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago. After Wang Pai appeared, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Senior apprentice brother Wang Pai, don't worry. I never do things that I'm not confident in. Duan Lingtian's response was full of confidence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's confident response, Wang Pai could not help but be stunned. Then, he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before he continued to reply through voice transmission. In that case, I'll look forward to your performance, junior brother Lingtian. Naturally, even if you're no match for them, junior brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry about them scheming against you and affecting your trip to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'll make my move at the critical moment. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Wang Pai. Although Duan Lingtian did not need Wang Pai's help at all, Wang Pai had good intentions. Due to this reason, he still thanked him through voice transmission. Lingtian, the two of us won't bully you. You can make your move first. Luo Shan, who was standing next to Luo He, stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the auras of the Luo brothers who were standing next to each other had merged into one. It gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. It was as though he was not facing two people, but one person. As expected, it's not easy for the Luo brothers to join forces. Put everything else aside. Just the merging of their auras is not something that ordinary twins can do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he was not worried at all even if that was the case. Currently, even if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not afraid of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, let alone a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, the others did not know about this. What a joke. Both of you are already so old, and yet, you still have the cheek to say you won't bully me? I, Wang Feixian, have finally seen how shameless the Luo brothers are. Upon hearing Luo Shan's words, Wang Feixian was, naturally, displeased. Although her voice was not loud, it was still heard by everyone present on the scene. Most people agreed with her, causing the Luo brothers' expression to turn grave. However, they could not refute her. All they could do was glare at Wang Feixian. Naturally, Wang Feixian was not afraid of them. No matter what, she was the eldest young miss of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the mystical Sky Mansion, although the Luo brothers were quite strong, they were only ordinary disciples. If the tyrannic Saber Mansion wanted to kill them, the mystical Sky Mansion would not interfere as long as they had a good reason to do so. Naturally, putting aside the tyrannic Saber Mansion, the mystical Sky Mansion undoubtedly valued Wang Feixian more than the Luo brothers. Perhaps, the former's strength was not as strong as the latter, but with her innate talent, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed the latter. Due to this reason, the Luo brothers only glared at Wang Feixian and did not threaten her through voice transmission. They knew their threats would not work on Wang Feixian. Moreover, they might even go against Wang Feixian because of this. This was not something they wanted to see. If it was possible, they did not want to offend Wang Feixian. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at the Luo brothers indifferently. Why? Are you worried my brother will lie to you? Luo, he sneered. Don't worry. I, Luo Shan, am a man of my word. My words represent the words of both of us brothers. Luo Shan snorted. In that case, I won't hold back then. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes turned cold as the sun true origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. Duan Lingtian's territory was, naturally, the 10,000 swords territory. However, because of the existence of the sun true essence, his myriad sword domain seemed to have transformed into an enormous scorching sun. Not only did it envelop him, it also blocked the vision of the outside world and enveloped the Luo brothers who were not far away. For a time, the people outside, including Wang Pai, could not see what was going on inside at all. What's that? It looks like a territory. What territory is that? I can't see what's going on inside at all. Outside, many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples' eyes turned red from anxiety. The sudden appearance of such an obstacle at such a critical moment made them feel itchy, but there was nothing they could do. This is his territory? Wang Feixian had a shocked expression on her face. What territory is that? Although she had known Duan Lingtian for a long time, this was her first time seeing Duan Lingtian consolidate his territory. At the same time, Lu Jian and Ren Fei who were in the crowd looked at each other again. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. This territory. Why is it so similar to Li Feng's territory that my uncle described? I've also heard that after Li Feng's territory is consolidated, it'll be like a huge scorching sun. Ling Tian's territory is so similar to Li Feng's territory. It seems like he really has a special relationship with Li Feng. Both of them transmitted their voices to each other. They could hear the shock and astonishment in each other's voices. Meanwhile, in the territory that the crowd could not see, when Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory consolidated and enveloped the Luo brothers, horror dawned on the Luo brothers. Inside Duan Lingtian's territory, they were shocked to discover that the true origin in their bodies seemed to have been restricted. This was the suppression of the true origin. How's this possible? Impossible. Even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, the territory consolidated from his true origin shouldn't be able to suppress the true origin in our bodies. Only a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above would be able to suppress our true origin with a true origin consolidated territory. The Luo brothers were flustered. They did not know what the problem was. From the beginning until the end, they did not suspect Duan Lingtian was an eminent saint stage powerhouse at all. Duan Lingtian was merely a young man who was not even 40 years old. It was impossible for them to link such a young man to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not an eminent saint stage powerhouse. The reason his territory consolidated from his true origin could suppress the true origin in the Luo brothers' bodies was because his true origin was the Sun true origin. The Sun true origin in his body was comparable to an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse's true origin. For this reason, the true origin in the Luo brothers' bodies was suppressed. It must be the ability of his territory. That's right. It must be his territory that can suppress the true origin in our bodies. Soon after, Luo Shan was the first to mutter. Luo He, who heard his words, agreed as well. Although both of their voices were not loud, it was still heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He did not expect their imagination to be so rich. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Immediately after, the tens of thousands of solid golden sword lights in the myriad sword territory quickly pressed toward the Luo brothers. The void vibrated, and the tens of thousands of swords whistled. At first glance, it gave people great pressure, let alone being in the center of the attack. Barf. Finally, when the tens of thousands of swords attacked from all directions and were getting closer, Luo He was the first to be unable to bear it. His face changed drastically from the pressure, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not long after, Luo Shan also followed in his footsteps. What territory is this? At the same time, both of them tried their best to mobilize the true origin in their bodies to resist. At the same time, they looked at each other and saw horror and despair in each other's eyes. The pressure brought by the tens of thousands of swords was like thousands of mountains pressing down on them. Useless. Seeing the two of them in a sorry state, Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully. He was no longer in the mood to tease them. With a move of his mind, the tens of thousands of swords quickly condensed into a giant golden sword. It broke through the air and slapped the two of them fiercely. Chapter 1746. The 10,000 swords territory was consolidated by Duan Lingtian using his Sun True origin. His current Sun True spirit was even comparable to the true spirit of the early Great Sage Realm martial cultivator in terms of power. The attack of the giant sword formed by the thousands of sword lights in the domain condensed by this kind of true spirit was naturally extraordinary. Bang! As a result, the tremendous power surging from the huge sword landed on the two Luo brothers with a great boom, sending them flying. Due to the obstruction of the 10,000 swords territory, the people outside could not see what was going on inside. However, just because they could not see what was going on inside did not mean they could not hear what was going on inside. Earlier, they had clearly heard the sound of the sword whistling in the air. Now that a loud sound rang from inside, they could not help but feel tense. In the next instant, they saw two wretched figures flying out of the golden territory. After flying for more than 100 meters, they finally fell to the ground, completely motionless. That's the Luo brothers? Soon after, someone recognized the two men who had fainted. He could not help but gulp. They were sent flying by Ling Tian? They actually fainted. Those are the Luo brothers. When the Luo brothers joined forces, a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is no match for them at all. Can someone tell me what's going on? Isn't that Ling Tian a little too valiant? The Luo brothers joined forces, but they were knocked out by him in just a short while? Unfortunately, Ling Tian's territory is blocking our line of sight. Otherwise, we'd be able to see how he defeated the Luo brothers and knock them out. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard as the spectating mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Many of them were looking at the unconscious Luo brothers, while the remaining people were looking at the gradually fading golden ball of light. They were eager to see the person inside. All of them wanted to know if the person inside was injured since the Luo brothers had fainted. Freak. When the Luo brothers were sent flying, Wang Feixian was stunned. Although she had thought that the guy would win, she never thought that he would win so easily and so ridiculously. As soon as the domain appeared, it enveloped the Luo brothers. A moment later, the Luo brothers were blasted out along with the sound of swords whistling. Moreover, they had fainted like two dead dogs. Although Wang Feixian had thought that Duan Lingtian might be able to win, after all, Duan Lingtian had shown great confidence before, she only had such a thought. Subconsciously, she didn't think that Duan Lingtian could compete with the Luo brothers. She didn't expect that things would end up like this. Since this had happened, it was enough to show that not only had Duan Lingtian broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but his strength had also far surpassed ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat the Luo brothers' joint attack so easily. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian withdrew his domain and revealed himself. Gasp, 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 gasp. Although they had long confirmed that Duan Lingtian was the only one inside the domain, many people could not help but gasp when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure was revealed after the domain was withdrawn. Strong. He's really strong. What kind of monster is Lingtian? He has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage 2 months ago, and his strength is already so strong. Even the Luo brothers' joint attack was easily defeated by him. The Luo brothers must have thought that Lingtian was easy to bully since he had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm afraid it would never cross their minds that although Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago, his strength is comparable to the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. No wonder Lingtian accepted the joint attack of the two brothers. As it turns out, he's not impulsive at all. He's really confident. Humph. The Luo brothers have really shot themselves in the foot this time. The group of profound Dragon Mansion's disciples who were spectating discussed among themselves. Some of them praised Duan Lingtian's strength, while others mocked the Luo brothers for overestimating themselves. I told you junior brother Lingtian isn't an impulsive person. However, I really didn't expect junior brother Lingtian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers' joint attack with his current strength. Guolu sighed emotionally as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance. When he first met Duan Lingtian, he was evenly matched with Duan Lingtian because of Duan Lingtian's intention. At that time, he had suspected Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This was because the strength Duan Lingtian displayed at that time, and the way he controlled his strength when he fought to a draw with him, was not something an ordinary mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator could do. Only a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage or above would be able to do it so easily. It must be the spirit pool's baptism that has greatly increased junior brother Lingtian's strength. Guolu speculated inwardly. How powerful. In the distance, Lu Jian and Rin Fei exchanged glances again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Even the words that came out of their mouths were the same. Lingtian's strength is not inferior to Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously. Ren Fei said with a solemn expression. That's right. Li Feng is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, just like Lingtian. If they really fight, Lingtian might not be inferior to Li Feng. Lu Jian nodded. He agreed with Ren Fei's words. Duan Lingtian's technique is very similar to Li Feng's. It seems like he has a close relationship with Li Feng. Do you think the reason he said he wanted to return the favor to our seniors is because of Li Feng? As Lu Jian muttered to himself, an idea flashed through his mind. He looked at Ren Fei and asked, if you put it that way, it's really possible. Back then, Li Feng stood our seniors up, and our seniors took care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Perhaps he feels guilty and feels like he owes our seniors. Lingtian must have a close relationship with Li Feng. He must have heard about this from Li Feng before, so he wants to help Li Feng return the favor. Ren Fei nodded in agreement. After listening to Ren Fei's analysis, Lu Jian also felt that this was most likely the case. From the beginning until the end, they did not suspect the Ling Tian before them was the same person as Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district previously. They did not suspect anything because they were certain Ling Tian did not disguise himself. During the Rising Sky ranking battle, their seniors had also confirmed that Li Feng did not disguise himself. Moreover, although they had not seen Li Feng in person, they had seen Li Feng's portrait. Li Feng did not look like the Ling Tian before them at all. Unlike Ling Tian's handsomeness, Li Feng looked ordinary like a passerby. Do you think Ling Tian and Li Feng are fellow disciples? Ren Fei asked through voice transmission as he looked at Lu Jian. It's possible. Lu Jian could not say for sure, but he still felt it was very possible. Just as Ren Fei and Lu Jian were connecting Duan Lingtian and Li Feng, Wang Feixian was also comparing Duan Lingtian and Li Feng. With the strength he's currently displaying, I'm afraid he's not inferior to Li Feng at all. I really didn't expect his strength to improve so much after entering the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, Wang Feixian's gaze changed slightly when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not notice this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was with Wang Pai. Wang Pai was also amazed by Duan Lingtian's performance earlier. Junior brother Lingtian, I really didn't expect the trip to the spirit pool would raise your cultivation base so much. The Luo brothers are also famous in our heaven palace. None of the disciples who have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage are a match for them. However, you've broken the legend that the two of them created together. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the very least, when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he did not have such a shocking cultivation base. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, as long as he did not die prematurely, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. He had never doubted this. What happened? Aren't those Luo Shan and Luo He? Why are they lying there? It seems like they're injured as well. Soon after, many Heaven Palace's disciples and the disciples from the other three palaces arrived at the peak of the mountain to watch the show. They instantly noticed the atmosphere was a little off. Moreover, many of the Heaven Palace's disciples noticed the Luo brothers lying on the ground and recognized them. The Luo brothers could be considered as famous in the Heaven Palace. After all, they were able to defeat two Mastery Refined Saint Stage disciples at the peak of the Refined Saint Stage when they joined forces. Although many of the disciples from the other three palaces had heard of the Luo brothers, a small portion of them had never heard of them before. However, after being reminded by the Heaven Palace's disciples, they immediately knew who the two people lying on the ground were. Two Mastery Refined Saint Stage disciples can defeat an ordinary disciple at the peak of the Refined Saint Stage when they join forces? Do they really have such an ability? The disciples from the other three palaces were shocked when they heard about the Luo brothers for the first time. But what's wrong with them? Isn't today the day the Heaven Palace is competing for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Why are the Luo brothers lying on the ground injured? As far as I know, they're already over 50 years old. It's impossible for them to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Why don't we ask those who came earlier and find out why they're lying on the ground? As the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived asked questions, many of the enthusiastic Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had been present since the beginning began to answer them one by one. They emphasized how Duan Lingtian easily defeated the Luo brothers. What? It's Lingtian who injured them and knocked them out? Heavens! That Lingtian has really broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint Stage? That's not the main point. The main point is Lingtian has just broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint Stage, and he defeated the Luo brothers who joined forces. What does this mean? This means Lingtian's strength has far surpassed an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Refined Saint Stage. Chapter 1747. Far stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Refined Saint Stage? That's right. Don't forget who the Luo brothers are. In the past, they had joined forces and defeated more than 10 disciples at the peak of the Refined Saint Stage from the Heaven Palace. Those disciples who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than a year were like chickens and dogs in front of them. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. That's right. Ling Tian must have made a breakthrough during the baptism in the spirit pool. In other words, he has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than 3 months. Under such circumstances, he managed to defeat the Luo brothers who had joined forces. I can't believe that not only is Ling Tian's innate talent high, but he's also so strong. Indeed, without a certain level of strength, it's impossible for him to come to a draw with the Luo brothers since he has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than 3 months, let alone defeating them. After learning about the conflict between the Luo brothers and Duan Lingtian, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived looked at Duan Lingtian with respect. In this world where the strong were revered, as long as one was strong, one would be respected. Currently, Duan Lingtian had received the respect of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. See that? Your innate talent and strength have already been acknowledged by them. After this battle, I'm afraid it won't be long before Lord Mansion Master comes looking for you. Wang Pai said with a smile when he sensed the burning gazes on Duan Lingtian from the surroundings. Lord Mansion Master is looking for me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Why is he looking for me? Why else would he look for you? Naturally, he has taken a liking to your innate talent and wants to take you in as his direct disciple or his last disciple. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the Mansion Master was a supreme existence. At the same time, he was also the strongest powerhouse in the mystical Sky Mansion. If one could become his disciple, one's future would be limitless. Direct disciple? Last disciple? If it was a normal person, they would be very excited to hear Wang Pai's words. However, for Duan Lingtian, this was a problem. In the past, when he was on the Cloud Continent, he had never acknowledged anyone as his master because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. No one was qualified to be his master. When he arrived at the Dao Martial Saintland, due to the fact that he had met Bai Li Hong, he had another teacher. However, that person was not his master. Later on, when he obtained the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, in his heart, he regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. Feng Qingyang was also the only master he acknowledged in his heart. Due to this reason, even if the Mansion Master of the mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take him as a direct disciple or even his last disciple, he was not interested at all. In his heart, there could only be one master. Currently, the master in his heart was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before. After he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. At the same time, he also regarded himself as the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Before the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements competed for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Duan Lingtian had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian and talk about Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. At the same time, Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who were originally standing in the distance, also walked toward Duan Lingtian with a warm smile on their faces. They took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Thank you for giving us a chance to work with you. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Wang Fei Xian, who was next to him, could not help but snort and interject, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank him. Who knows if you'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone this time. If you can't even obtain a spot, you won't be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. There's no need to talk about working together then." "You're right, Miss Fei Xian." Lu Jian nodded. Then, he said solemnly, "I'll definitely do my best in today's competition. Naturally, if I don't manage to obtain a spot in the end, I can only blame myself for missing out on this opportunity to work with you. However, even then, I still owe you a favor, Lingtian." When Lu Jian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. One had to admit that Lu Jian's words were neither servile nor overbearing. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a good impression of him. "Me too." At this moment, Ren Fei chimed in as well. Hermph. Among the four of us, you're the one who has the least chance of obtaining a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. Wang Fei Xian snorted as she glanced at Ren Fei coldly. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei felt a little awkward. However, he did not dare to say anything. He had experienced how powerful this young lady was in the past. However, he did not expect this young lady would still hold a grudge against him for his rudeness even after such a long time had passed. Ren Fei knew that at this moment, keeping quiet was the right choice. Do you have enmity with him? When Duan Lingtian sensed the hostility emitted from Wang Fei Xian, he was also curious. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian. I don't have enmity with him. I just can't stand the sight of this guy. Wang Fei Xian replied coolly through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was speechless again. Luo Shan is awake. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian and the others, shifted their attention to Luo Shan, who was originally lying on the ground. Luo Shan had finally regained consciousness. After consuming the healing pill, he struggled to sit up. Subsequently, he was also shaken awake by him. The two brothers sat cross-legged to further digest the healing pill's efficacy. As time went by, their faces turned from pale to rosy. However, they still looked extremely weak. They could only barely stand up by supporting each other. When they noticed the mocking gazes around them, they felt extremely ashamed. At this moment, there was only regret in their hearts. If they did not take the initiative to provoke that guy, they would not have ended up in such a state. The Luo brothers looked fearfully at Duan Lingtian in the distance before they prepared to leave the mountain peak. Are the two of you going to leave just like that? At this moment, Wang Fei Xian, who was next to Duan Lingtian, flew out and blocked the Luo brothers' path. She looked at them mockingly. Miss Fei Xian, do you have any advice for us? Luo Shan's expression changed. However, he did not flare up. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. With Wang Fei Xian's background, she was not someone he could afford to offend. Even without Wang Fei Xian's background, with his current weakened state, he was far from being a match for Wang Fei Xian. Therefore, although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. Since you're so stupid, I have nothing to advise you on. I'm just curious if the so-called stray dogs are like you. Wang Fei Xian said indifferently. The moment Wang Fei Xian's words left her mouth, Luo Shan's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. He pointed at Wang Fei Xian and said, You, however, perhaps he was too angry. He did not manage to utter another word for a long time. If you don't retract your dog's paw, do you believe that I'll break it? Wang Fei Xian's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted sternly. Before he could react, Luo Shan had already reached out at lightning speed and pulled He's hand away. At the same time, he bowed to Wang Fei Xian and said, Miss Fei Xian, my younger brother doesn't know any better. As his elder brother, I apologize to you. Please forgive me. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling person. Since Luo Shan had admitted defeat to this extent, Wang Fei Xian's anger had subsided. She no longer had any intention of teasing them. When the Luo brothers disappeared from everyone's sight, Wang Fei Xian returned to Duan Lingtian's side. You're really unforgiving when you're in the right. After Wang Fei Xian returned, Duan Lingtian looked at her and shook his head with a smile. Didn't I just help you vent your anger? Wang Fei Xian said, previously, they provoked you in every possible way. If one of them couldn't do it, two of them went up against you. In the end, both of them were defeated by you in the blink of an eye. Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. I say, can you tell me the truth? What's your current level of strength? When Wang Fei Xian said this, Wang Pai, Guolu, Lu Jian, and Ren Fei's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. They were also quite curious about this. If I say that my current strength is invincible below the Great Saint stage, would you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course not. Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Do you really think there's no one at the peak of the refined saint stage who's a match for you after defeating the Luo brothers? Let me tell you, the Luo brothers are no match for a true powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, It's very likely that they'll be defeated in just a blink of an eye, just like the previous battle. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian thought he was boasting, he shook his head and smiled. He did not bother to explain himself. This made Wang Fei Xian even more smug and arrogant. She felt she had hit Duan Lingtian's weak spot, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. As for Wang Pai and the others, naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words, just like Wang Fei Xian. Invincible below the eminent saint stage. These 6 words sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. As time passed by, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, soon appeared. He was the host of the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. After Xiao Yi appeared, Wang Pai bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others before he went to Xiao Yi's side. At the same time, he told Xiao Yi about what happened earlier and emphasized on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. What? When Xiao Yi learned about this, he was, naturally, shocked. He defeated the Luo brothers in just a few breaths, even when they joined forces. Chapter 1748. 2 mastery refined saint stage martial cultivators had joined forces to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even if the latter was not one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was still something that was worth paying attention to. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace rarely interfered with the Heaven Palace's affairs. The Heaven Palace was basically managed by Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master. Due to this reason, it was normal for Xiao Yi to know about the Luo brothers. It was precisely because he knew about the Luo brothers' strength when they joined forces that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian defeating them in just a few breaths of time. This little fellow. It has only been less than 3 months since he came out of the spirit pool, but he's already so strong? Xiao Yi looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength was very strong, and he had already guessed Duan Lingtian had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out of the spirit pool, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers who had joined forces. As far as he knew, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage who could defeat the Luo brothers could be considered one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Vice Palace Master. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to him by Xiao Yi. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yi, he immediately approached him and greeted him with a smile. Lingtian, it didn't cross my mind that you've become so strong. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're comparable to Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district previously. Xiao Yi sighed emotionally. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Heaven Palace, he knew Duan Lingtian would have a bright future. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would have such a huge improvement in such a short time. It's all thanks to the Vice Palace Master for giving me the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to cultivate. Otherwise, the Luo brothers wouldn't be the ones who were defeated today. Duan Lingtian spoke with a grateful look on his face. Although he could easily defeat the Luo brothers even without the spirit pool baptism, the spirit pool baptism had allowed him to break through from the peak of the pristine saint stage to the early refined saint stage. For this reason, he was grateful to Xiao Yi from the bottom of his heart. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not forget that he was the one who had given him the opportunity to be baptized in the spiritual pool. With your talent, it is normal for us to give you a chance to be baptized in the spiritual pool since you chose to join our Sky Hall. However, there are many people who have been baptized in the spiritual pool. However, none of them have improved as much as you. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. In fact, the benefit of the spirit pool's baptism was only a breakthrough from the peak of the pristine saint stage to the early refined saint stage. The reason he could easily defeat the Luo brothers was because of his powerful Sun True origin. Currently, his Sun True origin was comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. When he defeated the Luo brothers, although he had held back and only used the sword body, the power of an early eminent saint realm powerhouse was not something the Luo brothers could easily resist even if he had held back. Alright, let's talk about this later. The reason I'm here today is to preside over the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. After Xiaoyi smiled at Duan Lingtian, he raised his voice and asked all of the Heaven Palace's Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 to gather at the center of the vast platform at the peak of the mountain. As for the other people who came to watch the show, they were all sent away by him. So many people? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were actually more than 40 people in the surroundings. In fact, there were only 10 people who entered the Heaven Palace with him previously. In other words, there were more than 30 Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. You're Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Then, he saw an ordinary-looking young man dressed in green walking over with a smile on his face. Nice to meet you. I'm Gao Peng. Gao Peng. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. He had heard of this person not long after he arrived at the Heaven Palace. He was one of the 2 intermediate refined Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. Before he appeared, Gao Peng and the other intermediate refined Saint Stage disciple below the age of 40 were known as the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. However, due to his appearance, the 2 people's attention had shifted to him. Now that the strongest person among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace was mentioned, as long as one was a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, they would think of him and not Gao Peng and the other person. Lingtian. Naturally, although Duan Lingtian had heard of Gao Peng before, he did not know much about him. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to greet him, he, naturally, could not ignore him. Thus, he responded with a smile. Lingtian, before you appeared, there was no one among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion who could convince me. Now, I have to say, I'm completely convinced by your innate talent and strength, and I'm really unable to catch up to you. I can't compare to you, Gao Peng said emotionally as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded from afar, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked over. With just a glance, he saw a young man dressed in luxurious robes walking over from afar. There were 2 other Heaven Palace's disciples following behind him. It was obvious they were his followers. They were like stars surrounding the moon as they made their way over to him. The young man was quite handsome. His aquiline nose was very eye-catching. It made him look even more handsome. He was the one who made the cold snort earlier. After a short moment, the young man in fine clothes arrived before Duan Lingtian and sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. His gaze was slightly mixed with a sense of fear and a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down on Duan Lingtian. It was as if Duan Lingtian was only an inferior person before him. Intermediate refined Saint Stage? After activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian could easily see the other party's cultivation base. Apart from Wang Feixian and Gao Peng, there was only one other person who was at the intermediate refined Saint Stage standing here. Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji was as famous as Gao Peng in the Heaven Palace. He was the other intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. However, unlike Gao Peng, who came from an ordinary background, Zhao Ji came from a noble background. His father was one of the vice mansion masters of the mystical Sky Mansion, and his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. The 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion were powerful people whose strength was only second to the mansion master in the mystical Sky Mansion. You're Lingtian? Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly as he snorted and asked in a questioning manner. Faced with Zhao Ji, even Wang Feixian had a hint of dread in her eyes. Although her background was powerful, it was still far from being comparable to Zhao Ji's. Put everything else aside, just Zhao Ji's grandfather alone would be able to turn the tyrannic Saber Mansion into history if he was willing and had enough patience and courage. Duan Lingtian did not bother to answer Zhao Ji's question. Apart from the initial glance he gave him, he no longer looked at him. How dare you? Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when one of the Heaven Palace's disciples behind him shouted loudly, Lingtian, didn't you hear young Master Diji's question? Since when does a dog dare to bark in front of its master? Duan Lingtian glanced at the Heaven Palace's disciple indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. This caused the latter's expression to turn grave as the veins on his forehead bulged. However, there was nothing he could do since he was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Lingtian, you're really arrogant. Zhaoji glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly and said coldly, do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you're strong and have a high innate talent? You're only at the peak of the refined saint stage. Who do you think you are in the mystical sky mansion? What's the use of having a high innate talent if you can't grow and die halfway? When Zhaoji reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage is nothing. However, I'm still stronger than you who's only at the intermediate refined saint stage, right? Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced, causing Zhaoji's expression to turn grave immediately. He, Zhaoji, was usually domineering in the mystical sky mansion. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Good. Very good. Zhao Ji glared at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gleam in his eyes. You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner in the mystical sky mansion. Lingtian, Zhao Ji will remember you. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. It was obvious he did not take Zhao Ji's threat seriously. This caused Zhao Ji's expression to turn even graver. Lingtian, you're too impulsive. At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Gao Peng. Zhao Ji's background is extraordinary. Even many powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking would flatter him in front of him. Moreover, his father is a vice mansion master, and that vice mansion master has a few eminent saint stage disciples under his command. As for his grandfather, he's one of the two great guardians of our mystical sky mansion. Most of his grandfather's disciples are elders in our mystical sky mansion. When Gao Peng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be heard in his voice. Although he was not any weaker than Zhao Ji in terms of strength, Zhao Ji had a background due to his background. However, due to Zhao Ji's background, even he had to lower his head when facing Zhao Ji. He did not dare to rashly provoke Zhao Ji. Thank you for reminding me. However, I know everything you said. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. You know everything? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gao Peng could not help but be stunned. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian treated Zhao Ji in such a manner because he did not know about Zhao Ji's background. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian actually knew about Zhao Ji's background beforehand. He dares to treat Zhao Ji in such a manner even though he knows about Zhao Ji's background. What's his background? Just based on his monstrous innate talent? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, he could not help but shake his head. Chapter 1749. In the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master had never married. He did accept a direct disciple in his early years, but that disciple died halfway through. Ever since then, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion had never accepted another disciple. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji could be said to be the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical sky mansion. This was because his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion, while his father was one of the few vice mansion masters of the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion, apart from the juniors under the mansion master, who else could compare to him? Soon after, Gao Peng discovered it was not only the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. Even Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai, had a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not worried about Duan Lingtian at all. He could not help but feel puzzled. As far as he knew, Wang Pai seemed to have a good relationship with Lingtian. However, at such a critical moment, why were they not worried about Lingtian? Don't tell me they think nothing will happen to Lingtian and Zhao Ji even if they have a conflict? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, his heart jolted. Don't tell me. Soon after, a shocking thought appeared in his mind. In the mystical sky mansion, if there's a disciple among the younger generation who's not afraid of Zhao Ji, it has to be someone who has the mansion master's support. Don't tell me the mansion master has taken a liking to Lingtian? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. In the mystical sky mansion, The mansion master was the strongest person in the mystical sky mansion. His words carried weight. He was the supreme leader in the mystical sky mansion. However, it was precisely because such an expert had lost a disciple in his early years that he didn't take another disciple. Some people said that he was afraid that his second disciple would die prematurely, so he didn't take another disciple. Some people said that he was waiting for a young man whose natural talent was comparable to his first disciple. As far as he knew, the disciple of the mansion master of mystical sky mansion had already broken through to the pristine saint stage when he was in his 20s. If he was given another 10 years, he might not be able to reach the peak of the refined saint stage, but it would not be a problem for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. Ling Tian's innate talent should be stronger than Lord Mansion Master's disciple back then. Judging from the calmness of Lord Vice Palace Master and Senior Brother Wang Pai, they probably know something. What they know is that the Mansion Master has taken a fancy to Ling Tian's talent and wants to accept Ling Tian as his personal disciple. Now, even Gao Peng himself did not expect that he would inadvertently guess the truth of the matter. Ling Tian probably knows that he's about to become Lord Mansion Master's personal disciple. That's why he treated Zhao Ji so rudely. The moment Gao Peng thought of this, he calmed down. He was no longer worried about Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he found out the reason why Duan Ling Tian was so fearless. If Xiao Yi and his disciple knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, they would definitely be shocked since Gao Peng had guessed correctly. However, if Duan Ling Tian knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, he would only laugh it off since he did not plan to acknowledge the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion as his master at all. Previously, he did not have a master on Cloud Continent because he had the memory of Emperor Wu, the reincarnation Emperor Wu. There were very few people on Cloud Continent who were qualified to be his master. However, when he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he became the successor of the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang whom he had never met before. Due to the great benefit of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Ling Tian also acknowledged the fact that Feng Qingyang was his master in his heart. In his heart, there was only one master, and he could only have one master. Due to this reason, even if the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion personally came to look for him and wanted to accept him as his direct disciple, he would still reject him since he already had a master. Fortunately, the people present on the scene did not know about Duan Ling Tian's thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have been torn into pieces by them. Who among the people present on the scene did not want to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple? Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, even though Lord Mansion Master had personally asked to accept him as his direct disciple, he still wanted to reject him. Although the conflict between Zhao Ji and Ling Tian was only noticed by the 40 over people in the surroundings, most of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Zhao Ji. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, especially in the Heaven Palace, Zhao Ji was famous for being a good-for-nothing. Even the Palace Master of Heaven Palace had to give face to Zhao Ji's father and grandfather when it came to matters related to Zhao Ji. In their opinion, Ling Tian was merely a Heaven Palace's disciple who had not matured even though his innate talent was good. He was not a match for Zhao Ji at all. With just a casual word from Zhao Ji, there would be many eminent saint stage disciples looking for trouble with Ling Tian. They did not doubt this at all. Perhaps, Zhao Ji's personal influence was limited. However, the problem was he had a vice mansion master father and a guardian grandfather backing him up. His father and grandfather both had quite a few powerful personal disciples. You were too rash earlier. This Zhao Ji is not an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple. When Zhao Ji left furiously, Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. There was a hint of worry in her voice. What? Our great young Miss Wang is actually afraid of someone? When Duan Ling Tian sensed the worry in Wang Fei Xian's voice, he felt warmth in his heart. However, he did not forget to mock Wang Fei Xian verbally. If it was any other time, Wang Fei Xian would definitely mock him back. However, she did not mock him this time. Instead, she continued to say, I know you're not afraid of Zhao Ji, and he's not a match for you at all. However, Zhao Ji's father and grandfather are not ordinary people. If they join forces, apart from the mansion master and the other guardian, Nobody in the mystical sky mansion can defeat them. I know about his father and grandfather. When Duan Lingtian saw how worried Wang Feixian was about him, he no longer teased her. Then why did you? Upon hearing this, Wang Feixian was rendered speechless. Then, what should I have done earlier? Should I have given in to him? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not take what had happened earlier to heart at all. In fact, he really did not take what had happened earlier to heart at all. Zhao Ji was merely a good-for-nothing rich kid, a second-generation rich kid who took advantage of his position to bully others. Why would he, Duan Lingtian, be afraid? It was not that he had not thought about Zhao Ji finding someone to teach him a lesson. However, the person Zhao Ji found would at most be at the eminent saint stage. Perhaps there might be a divine saint stage powerhouse who would stand up for him. However, it was impossible for them to openly target Duan Lingtian. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was too wide. If such a powerhouse made a move on him, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. At that time, the other high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion and even the mansion master would not be able to stand by and watch. As for the eminent saint stage powerhouses, if they really provoked him, he did not mind luring them to a secluded place and killing them with the Jasper celestial sword. With his current strength and techniques, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill more than 90% of the eminent saint stage powerhouses with the Jasper celestial sword. This included most of the powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I really don't know why he's so magnanimous. Those are the Vice Mansion Master and Guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Feixian was even more speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian was still able to laugh at this moment. Don't tell me you think his father and grandfather will personally stand up for him and make a move on me? Duan Lingtian was non-committal. There's no need for his father and grandfather to stand up for him. Even among his father's disciples, many of them are eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Any one of them would be able to make you suffer. Wang Feixian said again. Naturally, if she knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, she would not have said this. Duan Lingtian has offended Zhao Ji? Isn't he too rash? That's Zhao Ji we're talking about. I think he doesn't know about Zhao Ji's identity. Otherwise, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage and the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he wouldn't be so rash. That's right. I've never heard of anyone who dares to offend Zhao Ji like this in our mystical sky mansion. This Lingtian is really unlucky. The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples who had retreated far away also learned about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If Zhao Ji was alone, perhaps, the situation would be completely different. However, the problem was he was not alone. He had a huge network of connections behind him. There were many mystical sky mansions powerhouses in this network. Apart from eminent saint stage powerhouses, there were also many powerhouses at the divine saint stage. Perhaps, this was just the beginning of the conflict between Zhao Ji and Duan Lingtian. However, to the people present on the scene, after the conflict between Zhao Ji and Duan Lingtian, they were more concerned about the Heaven Palace's competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The reason they came here was to compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now, all the Heaven Palace's disciples who meet the requirements to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone rise into the air and maintain the same level as me. At the same time, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of all the Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. At once, more than 40 Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements, including Duan Lingtian, rose into the air one after another and maintained the same level as Xiao Yi. This scene seems a little familiar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as a stunned expression appeared on his face. Don't you think this scene is the same as the scene we experienced when we first entered the mystical sky mansion? At the same time, Wang Feixian's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Don't tell me today's competition is similar to the previous. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, he saw Xiao Yi had already soared into the air and shot to a higher spot. Not only that, but he also reminded them in a timely manner, "Everyone, get ready. I'll immediately increase the pressure on all of you until there are only 10 people left on the same level. Only then will I withdraw the pressure." As expected. Chapter 1750. Although the pressure test was simple and crude, one had to admit that it was a very efficient test. The results were convincing as well. When they saw Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, soaring up into the sky, apart from Duan Lingtian and a few other refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples, the remaining people had a solemn expression on their faces. The true origin in their bodies surged and covered their bodies as they prepared to deal with the incoming pressure. Soon after, the pressure came. In the beginning, the pressure was not great. However, as time went by, the pressure grew. Due to the fact that the pressure was rising step by step, the onlookers from afar could clearly see that among the 40 over people present on the scene, many of their faces had turned red as though they were under great pressure. After a while, these people whose faces had turned red the earliest were pushed down from the sky. They had also lost their chance to enter the Saint Martial secret zone because of this. There were a total of 5 people who were eliminated in the first round. When the 5 of them were eliminated, it was only natural that the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples below the refined Saint Stage felt pressured. All of them, including Lu Jian and Ren Fei, had a solemn expression on their faces as they focused on resisting the increasing pressure. As for Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian, Gao Peng, Zhao Ji, and the other refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples, they stood in the sky as though nothing had happened. It was as though they were not affected by the pressure at all. As refined Saint Stage powerhouses, their strength was much stronger than the others. In the face of this level of pressure, they did not feel anything at all. On the contrary, many of the refined Saint Stage disciples, including Ren Fei, began to turn red. Not only that, but some of them were sweating profusely as their bodies trembled. It was obvious they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Soon after, another Heaven Palace's disciple could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. This meant that he had been eliminated and had lost his chance to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. This Ren Fei, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky calmly. His gaze swept past the group of pristine Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples before it finally landed on Ren Fei. He could not help but frown. With just a glance, he could tell Ren Fei's current situation was not optimistic. "I'm afraid he's going to be eliminated." At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Feixian's voice. Obviously, Wang Feixian also noticed Ren Fei's current situation. "I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy your kindness." Duan Lingtian nodded and subconsciously looked at Lu Jian. After all, he was at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. Compared to Ren Fei, who was a mastery pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, Lu Jian's current situation was much better. He was even better than many Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage. Lu Jian should be able to pass this round. Wang Feixian's voice once again entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, after looking at Ren Fei, she also looked at Lu Jian. "Yes," Duan Lingtian responded. Even without Wang Feixian's reminder, he could also see this. He thought to himself, "Looks like I can only return Elder Lu's favor this time. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren's favor, I'll return it in the future when I have the chance." The Elder Lu that Duan Lingtian mentioned was the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren, he was, naturally, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Ren Zhong. Both of them were the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking in the past. They had helped Duan Lingtian a lot during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Originally, Duan Lingtian wanted to join the force behind one of them as a way to return the favor. However, it did not cross his mind that when he was waiting for Renzhong and Lu Hongguang after leaving the Nimble Valley, he suddenly learned that the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. Due to this reason, he decided to stand Renzhong and Lu Hongguang up. He had always felt guilty about this, and he always wanted to find a chance to return the favor. This time, the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone had become a good place for him to return the favor. Unfortunately, if he wanted to return the favor in the Saint Martial secret zone, he still needed their cooperation. It was obvious that Renfei from Sky Hurdle Mansion would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help him. Just like Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian had predicted, Renfei was quickly eliminated. After he was eliminated, Renfei had a lonely expression on his face. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the sky, and sighed deeply. He knew he had lost a great opportunity. Originally, if he obtained a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone, he would be able to work with Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's help, he would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. However, he had failed to live up to expectations and failed to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. He was destined to have no fate with the divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone. God is really playing a joke on me. First, he dropped a piece of pie for me to eat, but when I ate it, I realized it was fake. I can't eat it at all. This was how Renfei felt at this moment. However, since Renfei was mentally prepared to be eliminated from the beginning, he did not feel too sad. He only felt a little regretful. Renfei retreated to the side and looked at Lu Jian enviously. Look at how relaxed Lu Jian is now. It won't be difficult for him to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. How enviable. I can imagine he'll definitely benefit a lot if he enters the St. Martial secret zone with Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. The moment Renfei thought of this, his eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. It was a burning desire that was mixed with jealousy. He believed with Duan Lingtian's help, Lu Jian would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. How useless! Although Wang Feixian was mentally prepared, she still could not help but curse in a low voice when she saw Renfei being eliminated. Duan Lingtian had long experienced the true character of this great young Miss Wang next to him. Due to this reason, he was not surprised by this. Renfei, I remember two people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion entered the Mystical Sky Mansion. The other person seems to be at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage as well. If you compare your strength to his, who's stronger? He seems to have gone to the Mystical Palace. Do you think he'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone? Although Duan Lingtian was prepared to return the favor to the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, he would be relieved if he could return the favor in advance after entering the St. Martial secret zone. After Renfei was eliminated, he recalled Ren Zhong had brought two people with him to the Mystical Sky Mansion. The other person was also at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. His strength is slightly weaker than mine. As for whether he'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Mystical Palace, I'm not sure. However, I think his chances are higher than mine. Although the Mystical Palace doesn't have as many spots as the Heaven Palace, the competition isn't as intense. When Renfei heard Duan Lingtian's question through voice transmission, a hint of jealousy could be heard in his voice. Previously, the reason he entered the Heaven Palace was because he was chosen by the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. He did not have the right to choose, so he was neither Duan Lingtian nor Wang Feixian. If he had the chance to choose, he would definitely not choose the Heaven Palace. As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's good. If I meet him in the St. Martial secret zone, I'll do my best to help him. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, Thank you. When Renfei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he quickly thanked him. At the same time, he could not help but ask through voice transmission, Lingtian, is it convenient for you to tell me why you're helping us? I heard from Lu Jian that you're the one who said you want to repay the favor to our seniors. Is it convenient for you to tell me what favor you owe us? Strictly speaking, it's not me who owes your elder a favor. It's a friend of mine who owes your elder a favor. Back then, because of some urgent matters, he stood your elder up, so he felt very guilty. Half a year ago, when he broke through to the eminent saint stage and left the lower province for the upper province, he told me that if there's a chance, I'll help him repay the favor to your seniors. Duan Lingtian replied. He had reason to believe that his actions earlier had caused Renfei, who was a disciple of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Jian, who was a disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, to be certain that he had a close relationship with Li Feng, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking. After all, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion were the ones who presided over the Rising Sky ranking battle. They must have told their juniors about his actions back then, including his sun true origin and his territory that was as hot as the sun. For this reason, he took advantage of the situation and said that Li Feng was his friend. It seems like I'm right. You're really related to Li Feng. Renfei finally understood what was going on. His voice was filled with shock. You said earlier that Li Feng had already broken through to the eminent saint stage half a year ago? Renfei's voice was slightly trembling when he said this. He had already broken through to the eminent saint stage before the age of 40. Such innate talent left him in the dust. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Can you tell me what's the relationship between you and Li Feng? Why are your true essences and domains so similar? Renfei could not help but ask. This was one of the things that puzzled him the most. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my senior brother. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Our master is from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He came to the lower province a long time ago to live in seclusion and took me and Li Feng as his disciples. We've been together since we were young, and we cultivate the same cultivation method. Even the martial tactics we cultivate are the same. In the end, the territories we master are almost the same as well. Your master must be a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Renfei said enviously. Perhaps. However, he has already returned to the upper province 10 years ago. Even for us, we can only rely on our own strength to look for him after we've broken through to the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian said. Chapter 1751. Two people had cultivated the same cultivation method since they were young. Even the martial tactics they cultivated were the same. The true origins in their bodies were similar, and the territories they mastered were similar as well. This was not a rare thing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, Renfei did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Naturally, not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Duan Lingtian's seemingly methodical words were merely a bluff. As time passed by, apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian, Gao Peng, and Zhao Ji, the rest of the refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples began to sweat. As for the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, their bodies were trembling nonstop. Even Lu Jian's face was extremely pale. His body had also begun to tremble slightly. Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, saw everyone's reaction clearly. He felt it was normal for Duan Lingtian, Gao Peng, and Zhao Ji to be so calm since the two weakest among the three of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. It was normal for those at the intermediate refined saint stage to not feel like it was too much for them to withstand the pressure he was exerting on them. However, the problem was Wang Feixian was as calm as Duan Lingtian and the other two. Has she made a breakthrough? Xiaoyi was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out this possibility. Moreover, based on the current situation, this was the only explanation for Wang Feixian's current situation. Moreover, he had long heard that Wang Feixian's cultivation base was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. It was only natural for her to have made a breakthrough. I can't believe that apart from Ling Tian, there's such an outstanding genius among the new disciples who joined our Heaven Palace this time. Wang Feixian is younger than Gao Peng and Zhao Ji, but she has such an achievement. This shows that her innate talent is not inferior to Gao Peng and Zhao Ji. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi was overjoyed. This was because whether it was Ling Tian or Wang Feixian, they were all recruited into the heavenly hall by him. Finally, another few Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage could no longer withstand the pressure and fell from the sky one after another. When there were only 10 people left on the same level as Duan Lingtian, the pressure disappeared in an instant, and the result was also revealed. If someone were to take a closer look, they would realize that apart from Duan Lingtian, who looked completely fine, Gao Peng, Zhao Ji, and Wang Feixian were all breathing rapidly. The pressure from earlier had also affected them to a certain extent. Of course, it only affected their breathing slightly. Congratulations, Lu Jian. Renfei enviously looked at one of the 10 people standing at the end and congratulated him. Lu Jian, a disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, was one of Duan Lingtian's partners. He had successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Thank you. Although Lu Jian's face was pale, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes when he obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. He knew what this meant. This meant that he would be able to enter the Saint Martial secret zone and comprehend the divine ability relic. With Ling Tian's help, he might even have a chance to comprehend the high-grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone. The 10 of you will gather here 10 days later. At that time, Lord Palace Master will personally bring all of you to the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone and send all of you in. Xiao Yi's divine consciousness swept out and swept past the 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, memorizing all of them. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yi left as quickly as he came. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Many people sighed emotionally. Just a little bit more. In the end, we missed the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. The few Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine Saint stage who were eliminated in the end shook their heads and smiled wryly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. It was true that they did not manage to withstand the pressure and were eliminated before the other Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. If they could hold on for a few more breaths, perhaps they would not be the ones who were eliminated. All in all, it was their own strength that was lacking. Naturally, there would be people who were happy. Haha, Saint Martial's secret zone, here I come. Many Heaven Palace's disciples who obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial secret zone cried out excitedly as though they had gone mad. Wang Feixian, Yuve, also broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage. Wang Pai appeared next to Duan Lingtian and asked as he looked at Wang Feixian in surprise. Earlier, he had also seen Wang Feixian's performance. She was in no way inferior to Gao Peng and Zhao Ji.
Yes.
Although Wang Pai was already mentally prepared, he could not help but be surprised when he saw Wang Feixian nodding her head. At the same time, he did not forget to congratulate her. Congratulations. Thank you, senior brother Wang Pai. In front of Wang Pai, a Heaven Palace's disciple, Wang Feixian did not dare to be disrespectful. This was because not only was Wang Pai Xiao Yi's direct disciple, but he was also an eminent Saint stage disciple on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. An eminent Saint stage powerhouse was worthy of her respect. Wang Feixian has broken through. Gao Peng, who was standing nearby, was shocked when he heard the conversation between Wang Pai and Wang Feixian. He had heard of Wang Feixian before. He knew that Wang Feixian was widely acknowledged as the strongest female powerhouse among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Previously, he had also heard that Wang Feixian had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, although Wang Feixian's strength was not bad, she was only at the early refined Saint stage. He did not expect that after 2 months, she would actually break through to the early refined Saint stage. Her cultivation base was not inferior to his and Zhao Ji's. She was not even 40 years old yet, but she was already at the intermediate refined Saint stage. Such innate talent could be considered top-notch in the WCI Subterranean. Although there were not many men with such innate talent in the WCI Subterranean, there were still quite a number of them. However, the number of women with such innate talent could be counted with one's fingers. After all, a woman's innate talent was weaker than a man's. Wang Feixian. Zhao Ji's gaze had already landed on Wang Feixian. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes that contained a desire to conquer her. In the past, although he had heard about Wang Feixian, he had never seen her with his own eyes. He had always thought the rumors were exaggerated. This was because he did not think a woman with such a high innate talent would have such a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Subconsciously, he felt there would not be such a perfect woman in this world. However, when he saw Wang Feixian today, he realized there was really such a perfect woman in this world. The heavens seemed to have given the best to this woman. Innate talent, appearance, figure. Every single good point about Wang Feixian made him feel a strong desire to conquer her. I, Zhao Ji, want this woman no matter what. Miss Feixian has broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage. Soon after, the people in the surroundings also learned about Wang Feixian's breakthrough. It instantly caused another commotion. Miss Feixian, Senior brother Ling Tian, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Lu Jian walked up to Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian. The paleness on his face had mostly faded, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations. Wang Fei Xian nodded indifferently. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he nodded at Lu Jian as well. What are the two of you doing? Wang Pai had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know why Lu Jian would look for Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian after obtaining the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Moreover, he even said such words. Senior brother Wang Pai, the three of us plan to work together after we enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Duan Lingtian explained. The three of you will work together? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Pai's eyes widened immediately. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian. If the two of you work together, I'm afraid you'll be able to do whatever you want in the Saint Martial secret zone. However, with your strength, bringing him along seems to be a burden to you, right? When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Lu Jian. Lu Jian did not feel awkward at all since he thought so as well. It was his fortune to be able to work together with Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. Work together? Gao Peng's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. Lingtian, why don't I join the three of you and work together as well? Upon hearing Gao Peng's words, Duan Lingtian was put in a spot. It was undeniable that he had a good impression of Gao Peng. However, this did not mean he would bring another person along with him into the Saint Martial secret zone. Most importantly, he and Gao Peng could not even be considered as friends. In the Saint Martial secret zone, let alone intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivators like Gao Peng and Wang Fei Xian, even a mastery refined Saint stage martial cultivator would only be a burden to him. There was a reason he decided to work together with Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Wang Fei Xian could be considered as his friend. Lu Jian was brought along by him to repay Lu Hongguang's favor. Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid this won't do. When Duan Lingtian was in a spot, Wang Fei Xian seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's dilemma. She looked at Gao Peng and said, if the three of us work together, we'll reach our limit in terms of numbers. After all, nobody knows if the three of us will be able to find more than 3 divine ability relics. For this reason, senior brother Gao Peng, you might not have an advantage if you work with us. Moreover, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to find a good divine ability relic even if you don't work with us, senior brother Gao Peng. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of her sentence, she glanced at Lu Jian and said, the reason we brought Lu Jian along is mainly because Ling Tian wants to repay his senior a favor. If we come across a high-grade divine ability relic in the divine ability relic, we'll have to give it to him first. Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid you won't agree to this, right? Give him the priority to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic? Gao Peng did not comment on the first half of Wang Fei Xian's words. However, he found it difficult to accept the second half of her sentence. After all, in his opinion, Lu Jian was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. He was destined to be a burden to them in the Saint Martial secret zone. However, such a burden actually had to give him the priority to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic. In the Saint Martial secret zone, apart from the fact that only one person could comprehend a divine ability relic, the divine ability relic would disappear along with the formation after the person comprehended it for a period of time. It was almost impossible to find it again. Chapter 1752. Since Gao Peng could not accept the fact that a burden like Lu Jian would be given priority in comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic, he only smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian and did not bring up the matter of working together again. From the beginning until the end, he acted as though he was in the wrong when he faced Duan Lingtian. Miss Wang, you're really something. Duan Lingtian nodded at Gao Peng before he looked at Wang Fei Xian and transmitted his voice to her. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. Wang Fei Xian not only managed to get rid of Gao Peng with just a few words, but she even managed to make Gao Peng feel guilty toward him. He could not help but admire her for her actions. If it were you, even if you directly rejected him, he wouldn't dare to say anything. He wouldn't even dare to complain. Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and replied through voice transmission. Indeed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, Even if he directly rejected Gao Peng would not dare to complain. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when he heard Wang Feixian's words. Feixian. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. It was no stranger to Duan Lingtian and the others. It was none other than Zhao Ji. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhao Ji's voice, he could not help but frown. However, when he heard Zhao Ji's words, he could not help but look at Wang Feixian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. It was as though he was asking Wang Feixian, "Who are you? Do you know him?" When Wang Feixian saw the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she shook her head. At the same time, she turned around and looked at Zhao Ji with his two followers. "Do you know me? Feixian, don't tell me you don't recognize me. I'm your brother Zhao Ji. Do you remember when you were 3 years old? I followed my father to your tyrannical saber mansion as a guest?" This time, Zhao Ji completely ignored Duan Lingtian. His burning gaze landed on Wang Feixian as he spoke with a smile on his face. "I don't remember such a thing, and I don't remember my grandfather mentioning it either." Hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian did not give him any face at all. She should have been wary of Zhao Ji, but when she saw Zhao Ji trying to curry favor with her, not only did she feel disgusted, she even revealed her dissatisfaction in her words. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to not let Duan Lingtian misunderstand. Besides, it was true that she did not know this Zhao Ji. She had never heard her grandfather mention Zhao Ji. Of course, she was not sure if Zhao Ji was telling the truth. "What?" When Zhao Ji heard Wang Feixian's words, he turned pale with fright. "Didn't your grandfather tell you that there's an engagement between you and me? When you were 3 years old, my father personally made a marriage agreement with your grandfather." Engagement. The moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. When everyone's eyes landed on Wang Feixian, Duan Lingtian could not help but shift his gaze over as well. He did not expect Wang Feixian and this arrogant good-for-nothing rich kid, Zhao Ji, had an engagement. Really? Zhao Ji and Miss Feixian have an engagement? Why haven't I heard of it before? That's right. I've never heard of it before. If Zhao Ji really has an engagement with Wang Feixian, I'm afraid this news would have spread in the mystical sky territory long ago. How could we not know about it? Don't tell me Zhao Ji is lying. The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples in the surroundings whispered among themselves. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji skeptically. Engagement? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian did not get angry. Instead, she laughed. "Zhao Ji, are you daydreaming? If I really have an engagement with you, how could I not know about it? How could my grandfather not tell me? What a joke." The moment Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, even more people thought Zhao Ji was lying. "If I say we have an engagement, then we definitely have an engagement." Faced with the skeptical gazes from the surroundings, a devilish smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face. "After a while, when my father comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'll ask him to personally go to the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage. I believe your grandfather won't reject my family's proposal." When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, a hint of burning desire could be seen in his eyes. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Wang Feixian. "Wang Feixian, you should feel lucky that I've taken a liking to you. You want me, Wang Feixian, to marry you? Dream on." Upon hearing Zhao Ji's voice transmission, a hint of disgust could be seen in Wang Feixian's eyes as she expressed her stance. "At that time, I'm afraid it won't be up to you anymore." The devilish smile on the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth widened. Based on his gaze that was trained on Wang Feixian, it was as though he was certain Wang Feixian would be his woman. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian's expression turned grave immediately. If Zhao Ji's father insisted on going to the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage, it would be difficult for her grandfather to reject him. Once he rejected him, not only would he offend Zhao Ji's father, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, but he would also offend Zhao Ji's grandfather, one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Although it was impossible for the Mystical Sky Mansion to make things difficult for the Tyrannic Saber Mansion because of Zhao Ji's personal matters, her grandfather was not afraid of her grandfather. However, her grandfather was not afraid of Zhao Ji's father. However, her grandfather had no choice but to fear Zhao Ji's grandfather since he was a top powerhouse in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only inferior to the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Her grandfather was no match for him at all. Noisy. When many people were looking at Wang Fei Xian with a pitiful expression, a voice suddenly reverberated in the air. In the next instant, everyone only saw a flash before their eyes, as though they were being illuminated by the sun. A loud bang reverberated in the air. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, a figure appeared at the spot where Zhao Ji was standing earlier like a ghost. On the other hand, Zhao Ji was sent flying far away. As he was sent flying in a wretched manner, blood spurted out of his mouth and splattered in the air, blooming into dazzling red roses. Silence. Everyone present on the scene shifted their attention to the figure that had appeared at the spot where Zhao Ji was standing earlier. Boom. Another loud bang reverberated in the air as Zhao Ji's body crashed hard on the ground. He rolled a few times before the true origin in his body broke free from the shackles and broke out of his body to help him stabilize his body. When Zhao Ji stood up again, his face was as pale as a sheet. However, his expression was extremely unsightly. His eyes were gleaming with a terrifying light. Ling Tian, how dare you sneak attack me? You're seeking death. Zhao Ji glared at the young man who sent him flying. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was filled with killing intent as well. Sneak attack? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Does this mean you're not convinced by my sneak attack? How about this? Let's have a fair duel. I'll give you a handicap of 3 moves. What do you think? A fair duel. A handicap of 3 moves. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the people present on the scene regained their senses one by one. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji mockingly. In their opinion, although Zhao Ji had a powerful background, he was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator at most. If he really wanted to fight Ling Tian head-on, he would definitely be asking for trouble. Who was Ling Tian? He was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. With Zhao Ji's strength, how could he possibly be a match for such a person? Let alone Ling Tian giving Zhao Ji a handicap of 3 moves. Even if he only cast a defensive technique, Zhao Ji would not be able to break through his defense. This was the difference in their strength. The difference in their cultivation base was 2 levels apart. Faced with Duan Lingtian's challenge, Zhao Ji's expression changed rapidly. He was not a fool. Naturally, he knew he could not accept his opponent's challenge. Even if his opponent gave him a handicap of 3 moves, he would still be asking for trouble. Due to the fact that everyone present on the scene had their eyes on Zhao Ji, nobody noticed that one of the 2 Heaven Palace's disciples who followed behind Zhao Ji had already left. After he left the peak, he left the Heaven Palace and made his way to the main mansion. As expected, he still cares about me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian making a move to avenge her, a warm smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Lingtian, don't be too arrogant. I didn't offend you earlier. Why did you hurt me? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Why did I hurt you? Duan Lingtian smiled. Don't tell me you still don't know why I hurt you? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I won't let this matter go. Don't think you can do whatever you want in the Mystical Sky Mansion just because you have a high innate talent and powerful strength. Let me tell you, there are many people who are stronger than you in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Any one of my father's direct disciples would be able to kill you. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with threat. You think you're in the right to bully a weak girl in front of so many people? Duan Lingtian sneered. His expression was calm. From the beginning until the end, not only was he not frightened by Zhao Ji, but he also did not seem to take Zhao Ji's words to heart. As it turns out, you're standing up for her. Zhao Ji's gaze shifted from Duan Lingtian to Wang Fei Xian before he sneered. I've said before that if I want you, I'll definitely be able to get you. I believe your grandfather, the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, will agree to betroth you to me. When you're married to me and I'm tired of playing with you, I'll find 100 burly men to play with you. Of course, Zhao Ji was the one who sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian. Even if I, Wang Fei Xian, die. It's impossible for me to marry you. Wang Feixian replied through voice transmission without any trace of politeness. Even if her grandfather compromised in the end, it was impossible for her to marry Zhao Ji. She would rather die than marry Zhao Ji. Good, very good. Let's wait and see. This time, Zhao Ji's voice transmission was filled with exasperation. In the end, when he calmed down a little, he added, "My men have already gone to the main mansion to invite my senior brother over. When my senior brother comes, I'll let you see with your own eyes how miserable the fate of this fellow who stood up for you will be." Wang Feixian was not afraid of death. However, if Duan Lingtian was in danger because of her, she would not accept such a thing happening no matter what. Quickly tell senior brother Wang Pai that you're looking for Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. Zhao Ji has already sent someone to the main mansion to invite his senior brother over. I suspect the senior brother he mentioned is most likely his father's direct disciple, the eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking. Chapter 1753. He was an eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking in the main mansion. Upon hearing Wang Feixian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Ji again. Initially, he had only wanted to teach Zhao Ji a lesson and let him know that not everyone could be bullied by him. At the very least, he could not bully Duan Lingtian's friends. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that Wang Feixian was already his friend in his heart. Seeing his friend being teased and bullied like that, how could he possibly endure it? If he could, he would not be Duan Lingtian anymore. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown past as Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot. Junior brother Lingtian. Wang Pai's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Duan Lingtian, but it was too late. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Ji. Half of Zhao Ji's face was swollen, and a clear palm print could be seen on it. Ling. Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically, and a murderous gleam appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could finish, another slap sounded in the air. This time, Duan Lingtian had slapped Zhao Ji again, causing the other half of his face to swell as well. The killing intent in Zhao Ji's eyes intensified, but he no longer dared to say anything. He was worried this fellow would slap him again if he opened his mouth again. Endure. Zhao Ji, you must endure now. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You'll definitely be able to get your revenge later. You'll definitely make this fellow die a graveless death. You'll definitely be able to. Zhao Ji comforted himself in his heart as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Naturally, he was so enraged that he felt as though he had gone insane. This was the first time he was slapped in his life. Moreover, it was by someone who was around his age. To him, this was a humiliation that was engraved in his bones. As long as the person in front of him didn't die, he would feel uneasy. Hiss, 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 hiss. At the same time, a series of gasps sounded from the surroundings. The people present reacted one after another. They were all frightened by Duan Lingtian's actions just now. This junior brother Lingtian is really... Wang Pai smiled bitterly. He did not stop Duan Lingtian from attacking earlier because he did not like Zhao Ji's actions. This time, Duan Lingtian made his move. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Isn't this Lingtian a little too valiant? This is Zhao Ji, not an ordinary heavenly palace disciple. Many of the mystical sky mansion's disciples who were watching the scene muttered to themselves in a daze. To them, the scene earlier was not only visually shocking, but it was also emotionally shocking. They knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Ji was and what kind of background he had. In the mystical sky mansion, let alone the mystical sky mansion's disciples, even those mystical sky mansion's elders with lofty positions did not dare to offend Zhao Ji. However, today, Zhao Ji was actually beaten up by a disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion who was not even 30 years old. Moreover, he was even slapped twice after being beaten up once. What a guy! Where did this Ling Tian get his courage from? Who gave him the courage? He's dead meat for offending Zhao Ji to this extent. I don't think so. Don't forget that this Ling Tian is not an ordinary disciple in our mystical sky mansion. He's the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion. He's the hope of our mystical sky mansion. If he's in danger, I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master will step in to protect him, right? You have a point. However, don't forget that in our mystical sky mansion, Lord Mansion Master might not be involved in killing someone. Many mystical sky mansions disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave by treating Zhao Ji like this. Junior brother Lingtian, you're too rash. Wang Pai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, I can say you have a reason for teaching Zhao Ji a lesson earlier. However, the 2 consecutive slaps you gave him are no different from humiliating him in public. It's unreasonable for him to not be able to raise his head in front of others in the future. The reason Wang Pai said this was because he did not know Zhao Ji had already sent someone to the main mansion to look for the eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking to deal with Duan Lingtian. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian slapping Zhao Ji twice, she was shocked as well. When she regained her senses after a long time, she recalled Zhao Ji's background. She broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. You were too rash when you slapped him twice, Wang Feixian said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Her voice was filled with worry. You've completely offended Zhao Ji by doing this. I'm afraid only one of you can stay in the mystical sky mansion in the future. Although Wang Feixian knew the reason Duan Lingtian slapped Zhao Ji twice, she still felt Duan Lingtian was a little rash. Naturally, she felt this way because she was worried about Duan Lingtian. Rash. Duan Lingtian was noncommittal when he heard Wang Feixian's words. He knew Zhao Ji's background was very powerful, but it was not Duan Lingtian's style to just take it lying down. There was no fear in Duan Lingtian's path in the martial Dao. Even if the path ahead was difficult and dangerous, he would still overcome all obstacles and slaughter out a path of blood, and he would directly soar into the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, Gao Peng had retreated further away as though he was afraid he would be implicated and get into trouble. I've been in the mystical sky mansion for so long, but I've never admired anyone before. However, this time, I must say that I admire Ling Tian. Someone cried out. Although his voice was not loud, many people heard it. Agreed. Let's not talk about what Ling Tian will do. Just his courage alone is admirable. Many mystical sky mansions disciples chimed in. Naturally, there were people who admired Duan Lingtian, but there were also people who felt Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. Does Lingtian really think he can do whatever he wants in the mystical sky mansion just because he has a high innate talent? Why doesn't he think about his current cultivation base? There are many people who are stronger than him in the mystical sky mansion. That's right. The person he has offended is no ordinary person. It's Zhao Ji. Everyone knows about Zhao Ji's background. If the Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian find out about the humiliation Zhao Ji has suffered this time, they will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. The Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian might not personally make a move, but as long as their subordinates make a move, they'll definitely make Ling Tian pay the price. In the mystical sky mansion, perhaps, the Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian's subordinates won't dare to kill him. However, who can be sure they won't look for an opportunity to kill Ling Tian? No matter how high one's innate talent is, it's useless if it dies before it matures. Most of the mystical sky mansion's disciples felt it was unwise for Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji to end up in such a situation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard these words as well. However, he did not care about it at all. This was because he knew even if he did not make a move on Zhao Ji earlier, Zhao Ji would not let this matter go just like that due to the conflict between them. He was very confident in his ability to judge people. With just a glance, he could tell Zhao Ji was a petty person. Even if it was a small matter, it would be magnified by him. For this reason, until now, Duan Lingtian did not regret his actions at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In just a few moments, 3 figures appeared on the peak of the Heaven Palace. One of them was the person who had left earlier. He was also one of Zhao Ji's 2 subordinates. At this moment, He was following behind two young men. The two young men, one was dressed in white while the other was dressed in black, walked side by side in the air. They looked like the black and white ghosts who had come from hell. Zhao Baiju. Zhao Heitu. The appearance of the young man in white and the young man in black naturally attracted the attention of many people. The first person to react and recognize them was Wang Pai. When he saw them, Wang Pai's expression turned solemn. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. Junior brother Lingtian, come to my side. Quick. Wang Pai's tone was slightly anxious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed the newcomers. Since Wang Feixian had warned him beforehand, he was not too surprised. When he heard Wang Pai's words, he did not refute Wang Pai's good intentions. With a flash of his body, he flew back to Wang Pai's side. Senior brother Baiju. Senior brother Heitu. When the two young men appeared, Zhao Ji, whose face was swollen from being slapped twice by Duan Lingtian, finally dared to speak. As he spoke, his body moved swiftly and arrived next to the two young men in just a blink of an eye. Perhaps he felt safer next to the two young men. Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gaze as soon as he arrived next to them. Senior brother Baiju. Senior brother Heitu? It's him. He's that Lingtian. Not only did he hurt me, but he even slapped me twice in public. He slapped me in public. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also humiliated my father. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with grief and indignation. When the two young men heard Zhao Ji's words, their faces turned gloomy immediately. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The one in white is called Zhao Baiju, and the one in black is called Zhao Heitu. Both of them are disciples that Zhao Ji's father took in outside in his early years. Since both of them are orphans, they took Zhao Ji's father's surname. Although their strength can only be considered as ordinary among Zhao Ji's father's direct disciples, their loyalty can't be compared to other disciples. Wang Pai's voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Zhao Baiju. Zhao Heitu. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Just like me, they're both early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. Wang Pai continued to speak through voice transmission. Early eminent saint stage. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. With his current strength, he would be suspected of bullying the weak if he fought with people below the eminent saint stage. He would be more than happy to fight with powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. You're Lingtian? Chapter 1754. Faced with Zhao Baiju's question, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Let alone Zhao Baiju was only an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Even if he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. If he really angered him, he would just take out the Jasper celestial sword and kill him instantly. It's Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu. Soon after, many of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene recognized the newcomers and exclaimed in a low voice, "They're eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. They usually stay in the main mansion to cultivate. Isn't the person following behind them Zhao Ji's subordinate? When did he leave? It seems like Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu were brought here by him. No wonder Zhao Ji swallowed his anger earlier. As it turns out, he had already sent someone to look for help." At this moment, the people present on the scene could guess the reason Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu were here. They must have been brought here by Zhao Ji to deal with Lingtian. In our mystical sky mansion, only eminent saint stage disciples are qualified to be ranked on the mystical sky ranking. Whether it's Zhao Baiju or Zhao Heitu, since they're ranked on the mystical sky ranking, their cultivation base must have already entered the eminent saint stage. Now that they're here, I'm afraid Lingtian is going to suffer. I know about Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's day. They're Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. It's said that they're orphans since they were young and were adopted by Vice Mansion Master Zhao. In their hearts, Vice Mansion Master Zhao is no different from their father. Zhao Ji is the only son of Vice Mansion Master Zhao. They love the house and its crow, and they treat Zhao Ji as their own younger brother. As it turns out, They're Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. No wonder Zhao Ji brought them here. Two eminent saint stage powerhouses. I wonder how Ling Tian will deal with them today. Although Ling Tian is strong and is the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he's still far from being comparable to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday, that's right. If Ling Tian has a few more years, he might be able to catch up to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. However, he's far from being a match for them. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian as they discussed animatedly. Shameless. When Wang Fei Xian heard the discussions around her, she also learned about the origin of Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. Her face suddenly changed and she cursed in a low voice. At the same time, a look of deep worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Speaking of which, the reason why Duan Lingtian had fallen out with Zhao Ji was because of her. Therefore, her heart was filled with guilt. No wonder you dared to hurt junior brother. You're really crazy. Seeing that Duan Lingtian dared to ignore Zhao Baiju, Zhao Heitu's gaze also landed on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. However, Duan Lingtian had seen too many similar gazes along the way, so he was almost completely immune to it. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother Heitu, I want him to kneel down and apologize to me, Zhao Ji said through gritted teeth as he glared at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression on his swollen face. His eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke through gritted teeth. Although he was extremely furious, he did not lose his rationality completely. Although he wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian in such a situation. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Although his background was not insignificant, if he dared to kill someone in public in the mystical sky mansion, he would be violating the mystical sky mansion's rules as well. At that time, even his father and grandfather might not be able to protect him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely be expelled from the mystical sky mansion. To Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, their master who brought them back to the mystical sky mansion was like a second parent to them. He was the person they respected the most. However, today, the only son of their most respected master, their little junior brother, Zhao Ji, whom they doted on the most, was not only injured, but he was even slapped twice in public. It was a complete loss of face for them. How could they not be furious? Due to this reason, the moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu stepped out in unison. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Wang Pai and another figure appeared near Duan Lingtian, shielding Duan Lingtian behind them. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my Wang Fei Xian's dead body first. A persistent and resolute voice rang out from the beautiful figure who stood in front of Duan Lingtian. It attracted the attention of the people present on the scene. The owner of the beautiful figure had a devilish figure, an angelic face, and a valiant bearing. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian stood in front of Duan Lingtian, protectively like a tigress protecting her cub. She stared at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu as though she was prepared to die. Whoosh! At the same time, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. They did not expect Wang Fei Xian to be so valiant. She was willing to sacrifice her life to protect Duan Lingtian. One had to know that not everyone had the courage to do so. Do you think you can stop us? When Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu heard Wang Fei Xian's words, they looked at Wang Fei Xian in shock. However, after they recovered from their shock, they did not take Wang Fei Xian seriously at all. After probing with their divine consciousness, they could see this female disciple was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. She did not have the ability to stop them at all. I don't have the habit of letting a woman protect me. Just as Wang Fei Xian and Zhao Baiju were confronting each other, another domineering man's voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Wang Fei Xian and shielded Wang Fei Xian behind him. He should have stepped forward a long time ago. However, Wang Fei Xian's actions had taken him by surprise to a certain extent, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Due to this reason, it took him some time to step forward. When Wang Fei Xian stepped forward and shielded him behind her, The last bit of prejudice he had toward Wang Feixian disappeared as he looked at her slender and graceful figure. He was touched, and at the same time, he also acknowledged Wang Feixian as a friend in his heart. I'm the one who caused this. I won't stand by and do nothing. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her, she said anxiously, "Don't worry, they won't dare to kill me." Unfortunately, her words were completely ignored by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if Wang Feixian was not involved, a narrow-minded person like Zhaoji would not let him off so easily. The outcome would still be the same. Wang Feixian's matter had only intensified the conflict between him and Zhaoji. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he did not think that Wang Feixian had anything to do with the conflict between him and Zhaoji. Duan Lingtian stood in front of Wang Feixian and looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu calmly. It was as though he was not facing two eminent saint stage powerhouses, but two opponents that he could easily defeat. Not bad, you're manly enough. However, sometimes, you have to pay a high price to show off in front of a woman. Of course, even if you don't show off, you'll still have to pay a high price today. Zhao Heitu grinned. His smile was so eerie that it made one's hair stand on end. Did you hear what my little junior brother said? Kneel down and apologize. Zhao Baiju glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said in a commanding tone, "Zhao Baiju, Zhao Hei Tuesday." At this moment, Wang Pai took a few steps forward in the air and stood next to Duan Lingtian. He looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu with a solemn expression on his face. Both of you should know very well who's right and who's wrong in today's matter. Don't go overboard. What? Wang Pai, are you trying to stand up for him? Zhao Heitu smiled eerily. I remember you were defeated by me, right? Upon hearing Zhao Heitu's words, Wang Pai noticed the gazes from the surroundings. His expression turned even gloomier. Zhao Heitu, junior brother Lingtian, is different from me. If you want to touch him, you better be mentally prepared. What do you mean by that? Zhao Baiju asked with a frown as he looked at Wang Pai. I'm sure both of you have heard about junior brother Lingtian's innate talent. As far as I know, Lord Mansion Master knows about his existence as well. This time, Wang Pai was speaking to Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu through voice transmission. Therefore, the others did not know what he was talking about. Lord Mansion Master. The moment Wang Pai's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's expressions turned solemn immediately. They all knew what Wang Pai meant by that. Since Lord Mansion Master knew about Lingtian's existence, he would definitely pay attention to him. He might even take him in as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Both of you are smart people. I don't think I need to elaborate on certain things, right? Wang Pai added through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu exchanged glances before they looked at Zhao Ji, who was standing nearby. They transmitted their voices to Zhao Ji and told him what Wang Pai had said earlier. Lord Mansion Master? Upon hearing Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's words, Zhao Ji could not help but frown. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered as he said through voice transmission, Senior brother Baiju, Senior brother Heitu, both of you don't have to worry about this. Wang Pai has always had a good relationship with Lingtian. It's normal for him to stand up for him. As for what he said, it might be true, but so what? Even if Lord Mansion Master intends to take Lingtian as his disciple, that's a matter for the future. Don't tell me Lord Mansion Master will seek revenge on us after taking Lingtian as his disciple? Zhao Ji continued to speak. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes gleamed viciously. Moreover, if he kneels and apologizes to me in public today, no matter how much Lord Mansion Master thinks highly of his innate talent, he won't have any intention of taking him in as his disciple. How can Lord Mansion Master possibly take someone who has been so humiliated as his disciple? A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face when he finished speaking in one breath. Chapter 1755. That was right. If Lingtian admitted defeat and knelt down to apologize to Zhao Ji, this matter would definitely spread in the mystical Sky Mansion. Under such circumstances, no matter how high Lingtian's innate talent was, nobody would think highly of him. Even if Lord Mansion Master had the intention of taking him in as a disciple, he would most likely change his mind after this incident. Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were instantly relieved. They ignored Wang Pai's words. When Wang Pai saw the murderous gleam in Zhao Baiju's and Zhao He too's eyes, horror dawned on him. He noticed Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were not intimidated by his hint. He immediately transmitted his voice again. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He too, I know both of you want to protect Zhao Ji, but do you really want to take the risk? Wang Pai, stop bluffing. Zhao Baiju replied mockingly through voice transmission. As long as Ling Tian kneels down and apologizes to little junior brother today, do you think Lord Mansion Master will still take a liking to him when this matter spreads out? Wang Pai did not expect Zhao Baiju to think this way. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Do you think junior brother Ling Tian will kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ji? What a fool's dream. You'll find out very soon whether it's a fool's dream or not. Zhao Baiju smirked. Wang Pai, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. You should know the consequences of offending our Zhao clan. At that time, even if your master is Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi, he might not be able to protect you. A threat. A blatant threat? Faced with Zhao Baiju's threat, Wang Pai's face turned pale immediately. He knew Zhao Baiju was telling the truth. Due to the existence of the old guardian and the vice mansion master of Zhao clan, the Zhao clan could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand in the mystical sky mansion. Those who offended the Zhao clan usually did not have a good ending. Wang Pai, you better think this through. Are you going to go against our Zhao clan for a new disciple who has just entered the mystical sky mansion? Zhao He too looked at Wang Pai and sneered. Senior brother Wang Pai, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to make enemies with others because of me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Pai and said with a smile, no matter what, I still have to thank Senior Wang Pai for standing by my side at this time. However, I'll have to ask Senior Wang Pai to step aside and watch. I'll handle it myself. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Wang Pai a confident look. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's confidence, Wang Pai only thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid that he would be worried, so he deliberately acted this way to reassure him. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think that I, Wang Pai, am the kind of person who would abandon my friends and run away? Wang Pai said with a dissatisfied expression. Based on his words, there was no doubt that he wanted to advance and retreat together with Duan Lingtian. Me too. Wang Feixian chimed in. She wanted to step forward as well, but Duan Lingtian waved his hand and pushed her back. Why are you joining in the fun? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at Wang Feixian with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian still wanted to step forward stubbornly, he could only send her a voice transmission helplessly. Don't worry. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. I can still deal with them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian was dumbstruck as though she was struck by lightning. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators? If it was another martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who said this, Wang Feixian's first thought would be, what a boastful tone. However, when it was Duan Lingtian who said this, she had a different feeling. Although she had not known Duan Lingtian for long, she had gained a deeper understanding of him during this short period of time. She knew that if Duan Lingtian was not confident, he would not have said such a thing in such a situation. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who can deal with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. However, Wang Feixian still found it a little inconceivable. This was because she felt it was almost impossible. However, when she saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she could not help but believe him a little. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Feixian did not insist on going forward, he turned around and looked at Wang Pai again before he said with a smile, Senior brother Wang Pai, I know you mean well, but these two trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking are nothing to me. Trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. If these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking, the people present on the scene would not think much of it. However, the problem was these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who had not even entered the mystical sky ranking. It gave them a completely different feeling. What a boastful tone. Zhao Ji was the first to regain his senses. He sneered. You're just a new disciple who hasn't even entered the mystical sky ranking, but you actually dare to look down on the powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking? How arrogant. Senior brother by Ju. Senior brother Hey too. Since he looks down on both of you, you should teach him a lesson first before making him kneel in front of me and apologize to me. Zhaoji said viciously as he looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei Tuesday. Don't worry, little junior brother. After I've taught him a lesson, I'll make him kneel in front of you obediently and apologize to you. Zhao Hei too stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips as a vicious smile appeared on his face. His piercing gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Brat, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you really think you're on par with an eminent saint stage powerhouse just because you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage and defeated the Luo brothers when they joined forces? On the way here, Zhao Hei too had learned about what had happened from Zhaoji's lackey. Zhao Hei too was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, so he had heard of the Luo brothers. Whoosh! The moment his words left his mouth, Zhao Hei too's body moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian, standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. One of the sound of wind whistling was caused by Wang Pai's moving body. He shot toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to help Duan Lingtian deal with Zhao Hei Tuesday. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident, he thought Duan Lingtian was just trying to comfort him. He did not think a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage would be able to compete with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, since both of them were not on the same level at all. If the latter fought the former, he could easily crush the former. However, although Wang Pai's speed was fast, there was someone else who was even faster than him. When Wang Pai noticed someone had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he came to a halt in the distance. At the same time, he looked at the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian in shock. How could it be him? Junior brother Lingtian knows him? The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian first was a tall and sturdy young man. The young man's facial features were well defined. He could not be considered handsome, but he gave off a feeling of determination. With just a glance, one could tell he was a tough guy. Senior brother Guli? When Zhao Hei too saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. You know Lingtian? Guli? Originally, Duan Lingtian was puzzled when a stranger appeared in front of him. Moreover, this stranger seemed to be helping him. He did not know this person and was certain he had never seen this person before. However, when he heard Zhao Hei too's words, he finally found out the sturdy young man's name was Gu Li, senior brother Gu Li. When Zhao Baiju saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and shielded Duan Lingtian behind him, his expression turned solemn immediately. Senior brother Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene, including Wang Pai, bowed respectfully at Gu Li. When the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples faced Gu Li, they were even more respectful than when they faced the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect this sturdy young man who suddenly appeared in front of him with the intention of protecting him would have such a high position in the eyes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He could see that when the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples bowed to Gu Li, all of them showed respect from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it, how does he know Gu Li? Seeing this, Zhaoji's expression turned somewhat ugly. Although he was known as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, it was only a title given to him by others because of his background. His grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, and his father was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, there was one person he was wary of among his peers in the Mystical Sky Mansion. This person was none other than Gu Li. Gu Li was the son of the other old guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had a son at an old age, the old guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion doted on his only son very much. As long as it was something he could give, he would give it to his son unconditionally. Gu Li did not let him down and became the #1 genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years. Naturally, that was before Duan Lingtian had arrived. After Duan Lingtian appeared, The innate talent he displayed was even more monstrous than Gu Li. One could say that he had snatched away the title of the #1 genius in the mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years from Gu Li the moment he arrived. Gu Li was actually in his early 50s. He was in the prime of his life, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only that, but Gu Li was also the strongest person on the mystical Sky Mansion's mystical sky ranking. In the mystical Sky Mansion, as long as a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple broke through the eminent saint stage and entered the divine saint stage, his name would be removed from the mystical sky ranking and he would become an elder. The fact that Gu Li was the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking was enough to prove his strength was invincible below the divine saint stage in the mystical Sky Mansion. When did senior brother Gu Li arrive? I didn't notice. It seems like senior brother Gu Li intends to stand up for Ling Tian. As it turns out, Ling Tian knows senior brother Gu Li. No wonder he was so calm earlier. As it turns out, this is his trump card. The surrounding mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt that the reason Duan Lingtian was so calm was because he knew Gu Li would appear to help him. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, rendered speechless when he heard the whispers in the surroundings. Chapter 1756. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study Gu Li seriously. Gu Li was a muscular young man who was 9 meters tall. He wore a slightly tight-fitting robe that accentuated his perfect muscles, giving off a sense of strength. Apart from that, Gu Li's face was filled with determination. He emitted a manly charm. This could be seen from the infatuated looks in the eyes of many mystical Sky Mansion's female disciples when they looked at him. The strongest person on the mystical sky ranking? He's only in his early 50s, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Through the whispers in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian easily learned about Gu Li. He was shocked as well. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. The only son of a mystical Sky Mansion's guardian? Duan Lingtian finally realized that not only was Gu Li's innate talent and strength high, but his background was not simple as well. He was actually the only son of one of the two mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. The two mystical Sky Mansion's guardians were widely acknowledged as powerhouses who were second only to the Mansion Master in the mystical Sky Mansion. Although his background was slightly inferior to Zhao Ji's, it was not too far off. After all, Zhao Ji only had a Vice Mansion Master as his father. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene respected Gu Li was not because of Gu Li's background, but because of Gu Li's strength. Zhao Ji's background was slightly more powerful than Gu Li's, but how many people would treat him with such respect? Senior brother Gu Li, do you know Lingtian? Zhao Baiju asked anxiously as he looked at Gu Li. Although he really wanted to stand up for his junior brother and take revenge, when faced with Gu Li, he felt powerless in his heart. If Gu Li really wanted to protect Lingtian, he and Zhao He too would not be able to do anything. Therefore, he could only pray in his heart, hoping that Gu Li had only come out to watch the show and not to help Lingtian. Even though he himself felt that this possibility was close to zero, he couldn't help but think this way. No, I don't. However, Gu Li's indifferent reply made Zhao Baiju's eyes light up. Even Zhao He too's eyes lit up. Gu Li didn't know Lingtian? The moment Gu Li finished speaking, the dark clouds on Zhao Ji's face instantly dispersed, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since this Gu Li doesn't know him, why did he come out for no reason? Do you want to show your presence? Zhao Ji was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Lingtian? The moment Gu Li's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Lingtian, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was stunned as well. Initially, they thought Gu Li was the helper Lingtian had found. However, it did not cross their minds that Gu Li would actually say he did not know Lingtian at such a critical moment. It seems like we're all wrong. Senior brother Gu Li isn't the helper Lingtian found. When senior brother Gu Li appeared, I thought Lingtian would be able to escape this calamity. However, it didn't cross my mind that senior brother Gu Li didn't come for Lingtian. Since senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Lingtian, it seems like there's no reason for him to help Lingtian. Perhaps, Senior brother Guli only wants to watch the show and has no intention of helping Ling Tian at all. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. In their opinion, since Guli did not know Duan Lingtian, he was definitely not the helper Duan Lingtian had found. Without Guli's help, Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not be a match for Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu even if he had Wang Pai's help. Senior brother Guli doesn't know junior brother Lingtian? Wang Pai's expression turned grave. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell like a deflated balloon. Although he had planned to help Duan Lingtian since the beginning, he knew his own limits. Even if he helped, he would not be able to stop Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. At this moment, Guli's appearance was like a flame that appeared in the darkness, igniting the hope in his heart. As long as Guli was willing to help, junior brother Ling Tian would definitely be able to turn the situation around. When Wang Pai saw Guli's appearance, he thought Guli knew his junior brother Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Guli did not know his junior brother Ling Tian at all. Since he did not know him, there was no reason for him to help. Similar to Wang Pai, Wang Feixian also sighed in relief when Guli appeared. She thought Guli was Duan Lingtian's friend and would help Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he appear for no reason? However, when Guli said he was not Duan Lingtian's friend, her expression changed again. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end and had an indifferent expression on his face, her expression softened again. Based on this guy's expression, he doesn't seem to know Guli as well. In that case, his confidence doesn't come from Guli. Don't tell me he really has a way to fight an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator with his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage? When Wang Feixian thought of this, she began to look forward to it even though she found it unbelievable. She looked at Duan Lingtian as her eyes shone brightly. She muttered to herself, "I hope you're not bragging." As it turns out, senior brother Guli doesn't know him. Zhao He too looked at Guli and grinned before his expression turned grave immediately. Senior brother Guli, this Lingtian is too arrogant. Not only did he injure my little junior brother, but he even humiliated him in front of everyone. Today, as long as senior brother Guli can make things easy for us, our Zhao clan will owe you a favor. Slap. The moment Zhao He Tu's words left his mouth, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Guli did not seem to have made any move, but Zhao He Tu's head suddenly tilted to the side. Half of his face was swollen from the slap. Senior brother Guli, why you? Zhao He Tu was furious when he saw Zhao He Tuesday. Zhao He Tu was naturally angry after being slapped for no reason. However, he didn't dare to show it in front of Guli. He just looked at Guli with a blank and aggrieved face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of showing me your attitude? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me making things easy for you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of representing the Zhao clan? Guli said nonchalantly as he looked at Zhao He Tu with a mocking smile on his face. When the others, including Duan Lingtian, saw this scene, they were stunned. They did not know what Guli was trying to do. He clearly did not know Duan Lingtian, but he had slapped Zhao He Tu at this moment. Although Zhao He Tu's expression was a little gloomy, everyone knew that he was showing his attitude to Duan Lingtian. However, Guli had seized on this point and said that he was showing his attitude to Zhao He Tu and slapped him. He was clearly trying to protect Duan Lingtian. Guli, don't you dare cross the line. Zhao Ji's expression darkened as he glared at Guli. Although his strength was far inferior to Guli's, he was not afraid of Guli. After all, he had a powerful background. However, Guli acted as if he did not hear his furious roar at all. From start to finish, he did not pay any attention to him. Zhao Ji was instantly enraged. It was as though his eyes were about to spit fire at any moment. Senior brother Guli, didn't you say that you don't know Ling Tian? Unlike Zhao Ji, who was fearless, Zhao Baiju's face was filled with bitterness and confusion when he looked at Guli. As soon as Zhao Baiju finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at Guli. They were also curious about this. They did not know why Guli would stand up for Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian even though he did not know Duan Lingtian. Who said that I can't help him just because I don't know him? Guli glanced at Zhao Baiju indifferently. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Baiju was instantly speechless. Problem? Of course, he had a problem with that. However, did he dare to say it out loud? He was not Zhao Ji. Guli cared about his master and the old guardian. Even if he attacked Zhao Ji, he would not be ruthless. As for him, even if he was killed by Guli, his death would be in vain. Although he was willing to die for his master, he wanted to make sure his death was worth it. If he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian now, it would be pointless. Junior brother Lingtian, hurry up and thank senior brother Guli. At this time, Wang Pai's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Wang Pai was reminding Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Guli's back and cupped his hands together slightly. Senior brother Guli, thank you. Haha. When Guli heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud. Junior brother Lingtian, I've heard about you a long time ago. However, I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, the Heavenly Palace is competing for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'm here to see you. In the past, I only knew that your martial Dao talent is monstrous and even better than mine. However, I don't know much about you as a person. After everything that has happened, I realized that junior brother Ling Tian is to my liking. When Guli reached the end of his sentence, it was as though he regretted not having met him earlier. Then, it's my honor. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Even if Guli did not stand up for him, he was not afraid of Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei Tuesday. However, Guli was unaware of this. Due to this reason, he owed Guli a favor. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene finally understood why Guli would stand up for Duan Lingtian even though he did not know Duan Lingtian at all. As it turned out, he felt sorry for not having met Duan Lingtian earlier. Guli and Duan Lingtian, the former was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion, while the latter was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion. The moment both of them met, they instantly became friends. It just so happened that birds of a feather flocked together. Guli, just when many people, including Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei too, thought the matter had come to an end, Zhao Ji's eyes were burning with rage. His sharp gaze landed on Guli as he said in a deep voice, "Are you deliberately going against me?" His voice was cold and deep as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine. Little junior brother. Chapter 1757. Although they were not worried Guli would cross the line, Guli still dared to teach Zhaoji a lesson. So what if I'm deliberately going against you? Don't tell me you're going to teach me a lesson? Guli sneered as he glanced at Zhaoji indifferently. You. Upon hearing Guli's words, Zhaoji's face turned green and pale. He was rendered speechless, let alone teach Guli a lesson. If he made a move, he would be the unlucky one and not Guli. With his strength, he could not even defeat Duan Lingtian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone Guli, who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. If you don't dare to, then stop grumbling in front of me. Guli had a disdainful expression on his face. After he retracted his gaze, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Junior brother Lingtian, nice to meet you. Let's go. Let's have a drink with senior brother. After he finished speaking, Guli stepped up into the air and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Wang Pai, Wang Feixian, and Lu Jin before he left with Guli, leaving behind a handsome back view for the others to see. Today's farce came to an end. After Guli and Duan Lingtian left, Zhao Ji, whose body was trembling from anger, finally could not help but shout loudly. His voice was filled with anger and indignation. Guli, Lingtian, I, Zhao Ji, swear that I won't let the two of you go. I won't let the two of you go. Zhao Ji continued to roar in his heart. If thoughts could kill, Duan Lingtian and Guli would have been killed by him many times. That fellow is really lucky. To think that even Guli is on his side. Now that the matter had come to an end, Wang Feixian heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best ending for her. If she really let Duan Lingtian make a move, she still felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian followed Gu Li to his residence for a drink. After a drink, they became familiar with each other. Of course, this was also because Gu Li was a sentimental person, which suited Duan Lingtian's taste. Senior brother Gu Li, are you really helping me today because you find me pleasing to the eye? After 3 rounds of wine, Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li and asked with a smile. Of course. Gu Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Really? Duan Lingtian didn't even blink. He stared at Gu Li's eyes, as if he wanted to see something in Gu Li's eyes. That's enough. Stop looking. As the saying went, the eyes were the window to the soul. Even Gu Li could not make his eyes betray his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian staring at his eyes, he immediately surrendered. At the same time, he said honestly, the reason I appeared there and helped you is because of Grandmaster. Grandmaster mentioned you to me before, and he even said that your innate talent is higher than mine. Coupled with the fact that your name is widely spread in the mystical sky mansion, I'm very curious about you. As it turns out, Grandmaster has a good eye. You're indeed extraordinary. Gu Li said. Grandmaster? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know who Gu Li's Grandmaster was. Based on what he knew, Gu Li's father was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. He was from the same generation as the mansion master, and his seniority could be considered very high in the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion, there were not many people whose seniority was higher than Gu Li's father. As for the martial ancestor that Gu Li spoke of, his seniority was definitely higher than his father. Spirit pool. When Gu Li saw the puzzled expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he reminded him slowly, so that senior is your grandmaster. Since Gu Li had already reminded him to this extent, if Duan Lingtian still did not know who the grandmaster was, then his reaction would be too slow. Gu Li's grandmaster was the one-armed old man who was guarding the spirit pool. Then, does this mean that senior is your master's master? Duan Lingtian asked. He's my father's master. I don't have a master yet. Gu Li smiled. My master should be waiting for me in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Senior brother Gu Li is planning to go to the upper province? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. When my cultivation base breaks through to the Divine Saint stage, I'll go to the upper province. Going to the upper province has always been my goal. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. In the WCI subterranean, Gu Li was not the only one who wanted to go to the upper province. Many powerhouses with high innate talent and confidence in themselves yearned to go to the upper province since it was the place where the true powerhouses of the Dao Martial Saint Land gathered. There were many powerhouses that did not exist in the WCI subterranean. Will it be soon? Duan Lingtian asked. 1 year at most. Gu Li smiled confidently. In 1 year at most, he would break through to the Divine Saint stage and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. So soon? Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. It might be fast compared to other people, but it's not fast compared to you, junior brother Lingtian. I believe junior brother Lingtian will definitely be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage before the age of 50. Gu Li admired Duan Lingtian's innate talent very much. He also thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, do you plan to go to the upper province after you break through to the Divine Saint stage? Gu Li asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. He would definitely go to the upper province, but he would not go there after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. With his current cultivation base, it would take him a long time to break through to the Divine Saint stage. He could not afford to wait that long. He had long decided that once his cultivation base had broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for Kerr and his child. It seems like our goal is the same. We don't plan to waste time in the lower province. It seems like I'll have to pressure myself and strive to make a name for myself in the upper province before you go to the upper province, junior brother Lingtian. That way, I'll be able to take care of you, junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li smiled. I believe senior brother Gu Li will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the upper province. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Some people might not be able to become friends even if they knew each other for a lifetime. Naturally, this was referring to true friends. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian and Guli had only known each other for a day, they quickly became friends due to their similar temperaments. Moreover, they were friends who could open their hearts to each other. Junior brother Ling Tian, when we were at the peak of the Heaven Palace, I saw you fighting with the Luo brothers. Your territory and true origin seemed to be similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin that appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Don't tell me you really know him? Guli asked suddenly as though he had recalled something. Senior brother Guli, how do you know my territory and true origin are similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If it was someone from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not be surprised if they thought his territory and true origin were similar to Li Feng's after witnessing his territory and true origin. This was because many people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were present during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the person before him was Guli, a disciple of the mystical Sky Mansion. He was not from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. When the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Rising Sky Mansions district, a friend of mine was present. My friend is a Dao Talisman Master, and he has a deep understanding of the Mirror Image Talisman. Due to the fact that the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Nimble chess set in the Nimble Valley, ordinary Mirror Image Talismans can't record the scene at all. Guli said, although the Mirror Image Talisman my friend inscribed can't perfectly record the scene in the Nimble chess set, it can record some fragments. In those fragments, I saw Li Feng and saw his territory and true origin. They're almost identical to your territory and true origin. Not only that, but I also heard that when you first entered the mystical Sky Mansion, you told someone that you know Li Feng. When Guli reached this part of his sentence, he paused and looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior brother Guli, although we've only known each other for a day, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. For this reason, I won't hide some things from you. Duan Lingtian said. Although they had only known each other for a day, Duan Lingtian had already regarded Guli as a good friend whom he could confide in. He was also certain Guli would not betray him. Oh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli became even more curious. Actually, the Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district that time was me? Duan Lingtian said frankly. What? It was apparent that Guli was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? As far as I know, whether it's you or Li Feng, there's no sign of disguise at all. I've seen Li Feng's appearance through the Mirror Image Talisman before. His appearance is ordinary, and it's worlds apart from your handsome face. That's because I know a disguising secret tactic that allows me to change my appearance with my true origin. As Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, the muscles on his face began to twitch. In the end, under Guli's shocked gaze, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. This ordinary-looking face was not unfamiliar to Guli previously. The Li Feng he saw through the Mirror Image Talisman was exactly this face. I can't believe there's such a miraculous disguising secret tactic in this world. After a while, Guli regained his senses and praised him with a thumbs up. Junior brother Lingtian, is there a reason you're disguising yourself to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle? Guli found this a little strange. Senior brother Guli, the reason I joined the Rising Sky ranking battle was because, since he did not plan to hide his identity as Li Feng from Guli, Duan Lingtian told him everything about Honshu and I. I see. When Guli heard this, realization dawned on him. If that's the case, Sister Xue and I must thank you for killing Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. That's how she managed to escape from the engagement. Su Jing didn't die. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Su Jing. How's that possible? Chapter 1758. Although Guli did not go to the scene of the Rising Sky ranking battle, he had seen the scene through the Mirror Image Talisman his friend had recorded. Although the scene was intermittent, he had witnessed how Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, with his own eyes. Even a great, overarching celestial would not be able to save Su Jing when the sword pierced through his glabella. Due to this reason, Guli immediately refuted Duan Lingtian when he said Su Jing was not dead. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Guli's reaction. He smiled faintly and asked, "Senior brother Guli, have you heard of the soul congregation technique?" Soul congregation technique? Guli was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. "Junior brother Lingtian, you mean Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, knows the soul congregation technique?"
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. "But how's that possible? I've never heard of any Devil Dao cultivation method that has a soul congregation technique in the WCI subterranean before. As far as I know, the Devil Dao cultivation methods that have records of the soul congregation technique are all profound Devil Dao cultivation methods that only appear in the upper province." Guli had heard of the soul congregation technique before, but he found it hard to believe there was someone in the WCI subterranean who knew the soul congregation technique. "Nothing is absolute." Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "Senior brother Guli, since your friend was there, I'm sure you've heard of Su Jing's improvement in just a year?" "Yes." Guli nodded. "I heard from my friend that Guli has cultivated from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. Don't tell me it's because he has cultivated a profound Devil Dao cultivation method that he has such an improvement?" As he spoke, Guli came to a realization. The Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivates is definitely not an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. However, even if it's the best Devil Dao cultivation method in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's impossible for an early refined Saint Stage Devil cultivator to break through 3 stages consecutively to the peak of the refined Saint Stage in just 1 year if he doesn't take a shortcut. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression, "Therefore, I suspect that Su Jing must have cultivated an extremely extraordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. That Devil Dao cultivation method is very likely to be the kind of Devil Dao cultivation method that is universally condemned. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a huge improvement. Of course, this is only my guess. If my guess is wrong, then he must have had some other amazing fortuitous encounter," Duan Lingtian added. "An amazing adventure in the WCI subterranean?" Guli shook his head. "Compared to the latter, I'm more inclined to the former. He must have cultivated some profound Devil Dao cultivation method. I don't know much about this kind of Devil Dao cultivation method. I'll ask Grand Ancestor if there's any Devil Dao cultivation method in the lower province that has the soul congregation technique. Grand Ancestor has lived for a long time, so he must know more than me. However, since Su Jing didn't die, why did the Rising Sky Mansion allow the news of Su Jing's death to spread and not refute it?" Guli was puzzled by this. "It's not difficult to deduce." Duan Lingtian said, "Su Jing must have cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique. That's why he managed to escape death. If this news spreads, it won't be a good thing for the Rising Sky Mansion." "Why didn't I think of this?" Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Guli interrupted Duan Lingtian as realization dawned on him. If the news of Su Jing's survival spreads out, people will definitely link the soul congregation technique to Guli's survival. The soul congregation technique only exists in those profound Devil Dao cultivation methods. Once the news of Su Jing mastering the Devil Dao cultivation method spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will definitely become a target for everyone. At that time, let alone the other fourth-rate forces, even the quasi-third-rate forces, including our mystical Sky Mansion, will be interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing mastered. Guli was not stupid. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he immediately came to a realization. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded before he scoffed. "The people from the Rising Sky Mansion aren't stupid. So what if they're not stupid? There's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Even if they tried to hide it, we still found out about it." Guli smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face disappeared as his expression turned solemn. "Junior brother Lingtian, I learned about this from you. For this reason, I'd like to ask for your opinion. Can I tell my father about this and ask him to inform Lord Mansion Master? If that Devil Dao cultivation method is really a heinous and heartless method, it's better for the mystical Sky Mansion to keep it than for it to spread outside. If it's not a cruel devil Dao cultivation method, it'll undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical sky mansion if it's just a pure top devil Dao cultivation method. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Senior brother Gu Li, before I reply to you, I'd like to ask you a question. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Gu Li intently. Speak. When Gu Li saw how solemn Duan Lingtian was, he became serious as well. I want to know, if it's confirmed that the devil Dao cultivation method Su Jing has cultivated is a heinous and heartless one, and the mystical sky mansion has obtained it, would the mystical sky mansion allow someone to cultivate the devil Dao cultivation method? Duan Lingtian asked. Although the Dao martial Saint Land valued the strong and killing and being killed was a common occurrence, the devil Dao cultivation method was a heinous and heartless method. However, some deranged demonic cultivation methods had already reached the point of inhumanity. As long as one was a normal person, they would not be able to accept that kind of demonic cultivation method. No. Gu Li shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago, so you might not know this yet. Many years ago, during the battle between the WCI Subterranean and the inhumane Devil Dao cultivation method, the ancestor of the current mansion master of mystical sky mansion was a powerhouse from the righteous sect. Due to this reason, as long as Lord Mansion Master is around, even if our mystical sky mansion obtains that Devil Dao cultivation method, nobody will be able to cultivate it since Lord Mansion Master won't allow it. Gu Li added. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. Since that's the case, I don't have any objections. Speaking of which, this is actually a good thing for me. It's fine if the Rising Sky Mansion cooperates with the Mystical Sky Mansion, but if they don't, I'm afraid they'll be annihilated. Whether they cooperate or not, they'll still be annihilated. Gu Li's eyes gleamed as he said, Huh. Duan Lingtian was stunned. If they cooperate and hand over the Devil Dao cultivation method, we'll still have to annihilate them? Anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion who knows about the Devil Dao cultivation method won't be able to survive. After all, even if our mystical sky mansion obtains the Devil Dao cultivation method, we don't want everyone to know about it. In the WCI Subterranean, there's still the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion above our mystical sky mansion. If they find out we've obtained the Devil Dao cultivation method, they'll definitely come and get a share of it. Gu Li continued to say, an ordinary man is innocent, but he's guilty because of his wealth. Junior brother Ling Tian, you should know about this. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was also the reason the Rising Sky Mansion was targeted by the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, it was nothing in front of a quasi-third-rate force. Due to the fact that Su Jing had cultivated the Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the Soul Congregation technique, Gu Li was in a hurry to look for his father. For this reason, Duan Lingtian quickly parted ways with Gu Li and returned to his own residence. The St. Martial Secret Zone will open in 10 days. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the opening of the St. Martial Secret Zone in 10 days. Naturally, he was looking forward to the various divine ability relics in there and the difficulties and obstacles he would encounter in his search for the divine ability relics. In other words, it was a test. As far as he knew, there were ancient formations everywhere in the St. Martial Secret Zone. The divine ability relics, and there were all sorts of tests set up using ancient formations. Only those who passed the tests and made it to the end would have the chance to stand in front of the divine ability relic. If there was more than one person standing in front of the divine ability relic, the person who made it to the end would have to fight for the ownership of the divine ability relic. The St. Martial Secret Zone is a secret zone that has been passed down since ancient times. It's said that one can even project one's clone in there. If one's clone is killed in the St. Martial Secret Zone, the clone will be destroyed, and the soul will return to the original body. However, at the same time, the clone will be eliminated. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the St. Martial Secret Zone. Projecting a clone. What kind of technique was that? Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. At the same time, he wanted to give it a try. It's said that the existence of the St. Martial Secret Zone can be traced back to ancient times. Nobody knows exactly what era it was. At the very least, Although the books in the main mansion's library in the mystical Sky Mansion mention the St. Martial Secret Zone, nobody knows how long the St. Martial Secret Zone has existed and who created it. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the main mansion's library, he had been looking forward to the St. Martial Secret Zone. Now that he had obtained a chance to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone and would officially enter in 10 days, it was only natural that he was excited. Apart from that, it seems like I don't need to deal with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he recalled the matter he had told Guli earlier. With the mystical Sky Mansion's interference, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not end well this time. As the person involved, Su Jing would definitely not be able to escape death. When a divine saint stage powerhouse mainly cultivated their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic and easily pry open the mouth of others. Naturally, there were very few divine saint stage powerhouses like that. If it was a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above, even if they did not cultivate their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would still be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic easily. With the soul-searching secret tactic, there was no need to worry about Su Jing not opening his mouth. Chapter 1759. In the mystical Sky Mansion, even if there were no divine saint stage powerhouses who mainly cultivated spiritual energy and divine consciousness, there was no lack of refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, it was not a big deal for the mystical Sky Mansion to use the soul-searching secret tactic. However, the St. Martial Secret Zone will open in 10 days. Even if the mystical Sky Mansion wants to make a move on the Rising Sky Mansion, I'm afraid they'll have to wait until we come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian had heard that the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would personally oversee the opening of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Put aside the fact that the Mystical Sky Mansion would not make a move on the Rising Sky Mansion at this juncture. Even if the St. Martial Secret Zone did not open, the Mystical Sky Mansion would still need some time to come up with a plan to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was not as powerful as the Mystical Sky Mansion, as a fourth-rate force, it was not easy to deal with. If they fought head-on, even if the Mystical Sky Mansion managed to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion, they would definitely suffer some losses. Naturally, it would not hurt the Mystical Sky Mansion at all. However, if they were prepared, the Mystical Sky Mansion would be able to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion without suffering any losses. This was the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Wait a minute. Just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the room, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. Without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was none other than Wang Feixian. Is there anything? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Wang Feixian with a smile. After what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had completely acknowledged Wang Feixian as a friend. Although Wang Feixian was only a woman, her sense of responsibility surpassed many men. When he was facing Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, Wang Feixian knew she was not a match for them, but she still wanted to stand out and go through thick and thin with him. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian smiling at her, Wang Feixian blushed slightly. She naturally noticed the obvious change in Duan Lingtian's attitude towards her. To her, this was something to be happy about. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you, did you know Senior Martial Brother Guli long ago? Wang Feixian said. No, I don't. Duan Lingtian shook his head. In that case, what Senior Martial Brother Guli said is true. Did he really not know you before today? And the reason why he helped you was because of your talent, and because he found you to his liking? Wang Feixian believed Duan Lingtian's words. Because of this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. That's not entirely the case. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Wang Feixian. You should still remember the senior who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, right? He's the master of Senior Martial Brother Gu Li's father. He's also Senior Martial Brother Gu Li's grandmaster. That's why Senior Martial Brother Gu Li took notice of me. Today, he came for me because he wanted to see me. As for the reason why he helped me in the end, it's because I'm to his liking as well. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. That senior is actually Guardian Gu's master? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian could not help but gasp. Her voice was trembling slightly. It was obvious she was shocked. Guardian Gu was Gu Li's father. He was also one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the position of the two great guardians was only second to the mansion master. Correspondingly, their strength was only second to the mansion master as well. After a while, Wang Fei Xian finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, "There's another thing that I came to look for you about. It's about the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Just like Ren Fei, he didn't get a chance to enter the Saint Martial secret zone as well. For this reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to return the favor you owe their senior this time." All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this since he was not sure if the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be able to enter the Saint Martial secret zone or not. "Since I've already told you about this matter, I won't disturb you anymore. You should focus on your cultivation. See you in 10 days. After she was done talking, Wang Fei Xian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Duan Lingtian also returned to his room and immediately entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days outside was equivalent to 50 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, it was almost 2 months. 2 months was more than enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the mystical Sky Mansion that seemed peaceful was filled with undercurrents. After Gu Li parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he went to look for his father, Gu Xi Yun, one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. "Li why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is there anything?" If it was someone else who had woken him up from his cultivation, he would have been furious. However, since the person who had woken him up was his only son, not only was he not angry, but he even asked with a gentle smile on his face, "Father, I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. It's just that this matter is too important." When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn and solemn. "Oh, what's the matter?" Gu Xiaoyu knew his only son very well. If it was not something important, he would not be so solemn. Perhaps Gu Xiaoyun was influenced by Gu Li, but his expression turned solemn as well. In front of his father, Gu Li, who had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, naturally, did not conceal anything. He told his father about Duan Lingtian's speculation in full detail. "Su Jing, the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? The Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique?" After listening to Gu Li's words, Gu Xi Yun's eyes narrowed immediately. As one of the two great guardians of mystical Sky Mansion and Gu Li's father, Gu Xi Yun's knowledge was, naturally, higher than Gu Li. He had a better understanding of the soul congregation technique. He knew it was a technique that could grant a devil cultivator a second life. In the Dao Martial Saintland, a Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique was extremely rare. It was almost impossible to find it in the lower province. Usually, it would only exist in the upper province where there were many powerhouses. However, he had learned from his son that such a Devil Dao cultivation method had also appeared in the Debussy subterranean. Gu Xi Yun's breathing quickened immediately. If that kind of demonic cultivation method was found, it would be condemned by the world and inhumane. Once it was discovered, it must be destroyed. If it was not inhumane, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the mystical Sky Mansion if they obtained it. Perhaps, with this Devil Dao cultivation method, the mystical Sky Mansion would be able to produce many powerful devil cultivators in the future. It might even be possible for the mystical Sky Mansion to compete with the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion and become a top force in the Debussy subterranean. In the Debussy subterranean, in the opinion of ordinary people, quasi-third-rate forces were the top forces. However, in truth, there were only 2 forces that were at the top of the Debussy subterranean. Chapter 1760. P.S. Don't be in a hurry to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 515 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. This is a serious matter. I must report this to Lord Mansion Master personally. Gu Yun said solemnly. Li follow me to see Lord Mansion Master. Yes, father. Guli replied and followed Gu Yun to see the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, Zhaoji had also arrived at the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. The first thing he did was to complain to his father. Father, that Guli has gone too far. Zhaoji looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with shame and indignation. His eyes were burning with hatred and indignation. That new disciple, Ling Tian, actually slapped me twice in front of so many people. Not only does he not respect me, but he also doesn't respect you, father. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light green long robe. His appearance was 50% to 60% similar to Zhao Ji. He was none other than Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. He was also one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. What happened? Zhao Deng was a protective person. Moreover, Zhao Ji was his only son. Due to this reason, he was furious when he heard Zhao Ji's words. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw his father was angry, because he knew that as long as his father was angry, he would definitely stand up for him. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji quickly told his father everything that had happened today. He told the truth and did not try to hide his good-for-nothing image at all. Of course, the reason why he was so casual was because he knew that even if he told the truth, his father would still stand up for him. In his father's eyes, not to mention bullying, even if he killed someone, his father would still clean up after him and settle everything for him. Guli doesn't know him, but he still helped him? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he heard his son's story. If it was another Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, he would have asked someone to call him over and teach him a lesson. However, that person was Guli. Not only was Guli the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, but he was also the only son of Guardian Gu Yun of Mystical Sky Mansion. Since Gu Yun had a son at an old age, everyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion knew how much he doted on Guli. If he wanted to lay a finger on Guli, Gu Yun would definitely fight him to the death. Although he was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of status and strength, he was far from being comparable to Gu Yun. Gu Yun was at the same level as his father. It's impossible that Guli doesn't know him. Zhao Ji said angrily, Father, think about it. If Guli really doesn't know Ling Tian, why would he stand up for him for no reason? Even if it's as Guli said, he didn't know Ling Tian and only helped him because he found Ling Tian pleasing to the eye. However, that Ling Tian actually slapped me twice in public and embarrassed me in front of everyone. If he didn't have someone to rely on, would he dare to do that? In fact, he wasn't facing me at that time. He was facing Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. He's just a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he's still able to remain so calm in the face of Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. If it's not because of Gu Li's support, what else could it be? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and said in a deep voice, You should know about Gu Li's identity as well. Even father can't lay a finger on him. Father, I know about this. Zhao Ji nodded angrily. It's fine if we don't lay a finger on Gu Li. After all, his father is Guardian Gu. However, when I think about how Ling Tian is safe and sound, I can't take this lying down. Isn't it just because his innate talent is slightly higher? If he doesn't have an identity, won't he be even more unruly in the future when he has an identity? Today, he still has no identity, but he dared to slap me twice in public. If he has an identity in the future, won't he be able to trample me under his feet? When Zhaoji reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhao Deng and said worriedly, Father, don't tell me Lord Mansion Master really intends to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple. If he really becomes Lord Mansion Master's disciple, not only will he crush me in terms of strength, but he'll also crush me in terms of background. Based on his attitude today, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion anymore if he gains power. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he had a bitter and helpless expression on his face as he lowered his head. Zhao Deng didn't notice that when Zhao Ji lowered his head, Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a cunning gleam of success. Humph! When Zhao Deng heard how aggrieved Zhao Ji sounded, his expression turned grave as though it was covered with a layer of frost. He's merely a new disciple who has just entered our Mystical Sky Mansion, but he's already so arrogant. What would happen if he gains power? Father, I don't want to leave the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Ji raised his head. Tears could be seen in his eyes, making him look extremely pitiful. Ji, you can rest assured. Since Ling Tian is so blind as to go against you, I, naturally, won't sit back and do nothing. However, that Ling Tian's innate talent is indeed outstanding. It'll be a pity if we really suppress him. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his tone changed. Father. Zhao Ji became anxious when he heard Zhao Deng's words. Based on his father's tone, it seemed like he did not have the heart to suppress Ling Tian. How could he not be anxious? Ji, don't worry. The way he treated you means he's already standing on the opposite side of our Zhao clan. No matter how much your grandfather and I cherish talents, we won't allow him to enter the Zhao clan. If such a genius doesn't enter the Zhao clan, he'll be a hidden danger to us. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. We must get rid of such a hidden danger. Let's kill him before he grows up. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's resolute words, he sighed in relief inwardly. Things were finally developing in the direction he had expected. Father, you haven't answered my question. Suddenly, Zhao Ji seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he asked, will Lord Mansion Master really take a liking to his innate talent and accept him as his direct disciple? Ji, I won't lie to you. There's an 80% chance that Lord Mansion Master will publicly accept Ling Tian as his direct disciple after all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. In fact, he might even become his last disciple. Zhao Deng said solemnly. Last disciple? When Zhao Deng's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was as though a bolt from the blue had struck him. The last disciple of Lord Mansion Master on top of that. He knew very well what this meant. Father. No. We can't let him become Lord Mansion Master's last disciple. Zhao Ji was in a complete panic. He could imagine that once Ling Tian became the last disciple of Lord Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his title as the strongest person among the second generation in Mystical Sky Mansion would change. Moreover, with the conflict between him and Ling Tian, would Ling Tian let him go so easily? Ji, don't panic. When Zhao Deng saw how anxious Zhao Ji was, he immediately comforted him. Even if Ling Tian wants to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, it'll only happen after he comes out from the St. Martial secret zone. Go and call your eldest senior brother over. I'll make the arrangements. Yes, father. Although Zhao Ji did not know what his father's plan was, he still obediently went to look for his eldest senior brother. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was Zhao Deng's eldest disciple. He was also ranked third on the Mystical Sky ranking. Similar to Guli, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Naturally, although they were both at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, his strength was slightly weaker than Guli's. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was called Wei Wei. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a short and muscular body. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his thick eyebrows made him look majestic and imposing. Master is looking for me? When Wei Wei learned that Zhao Deng was looking for him, he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stopped cultivating and followed Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng. Along the way, he did not forget to ask, little junior brother, do you know why Master is looking for me? Eldest senior brother, Father must be looking for you because he wants you to stand up for me, Zhao Ji replied. Wei Wei's expression darkened. What's going on? Wei Wei's expression turned grave as flames of anger rose in his eyes. Someone actually dared to bully his little junior brother. That person was really seeking death. As Zhao Deng's eldest disciple, Wei Wei respected Zhao Deng so much that he revered him like a god. Due to this reason, he had always doted on Zhao Ji, Zhao Deng's only son, and treated him like his own younger brother. Now that he heard Zhao Ji was being bullied, and this matter had even alerted his master, how could he not be furious? After listening to Zhao Ji's story, Wei Wei's expression turned even graver. I've also heard of that Ling Tian. Initially, I thought our Mystical Sky Mansion would have an amazing person. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and condescending. Even if such a person grows up in the future, it might not be a good thing for our Mystical Sky Mansion. However, since Guli is so protective of him, it's obvious they have a special relationship. With Gu Li around, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to make a move on him. Although Wei Wei really wanted to teach that Ling Tian a lesson and stand up for his junior brother, he would not be able to do so. However, if that Ling Tian had Gu Li's protection, he would not be able to make a move on him since he was not a match for Gu Li, eldest senior brother. I'm aware of what you just said. However, since father has asked me to bring you to see him, I'm sure he must have a plan. Zhao Ji had long thought of what Wei Wei had said. However, he still chose to believe in his father. Yes, I believe in Master. Wei Wei nodded. He trusted his master unconditionally. Master. However, just as Wei Wei and Zhao Ji were about to greet Zhao Deng, before Zhao Deng could even speak, a slightly anxious voice sounded from outside. You're right. Lord Vice Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master has asked for you to come over immediately. The urgent voice resonated in the air. Based on the voice, one could tell it was an urgent matter. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng prepared to go over immediately. However, before he left, he did not forget to look at Wei Wei and Zhao Ji. Ji both of you wait here for my return. I'll go and see Lord Mansion Master first. Thank you for all your support. I hope you can give your support to the Writers' Hall of Honor and the Writers' Hall of Honor and the overall selection of works this time. Apart from that, there are also some red packets and gift bags. Take them and continue to subscribe. Chapter 1761. Yes, Master. Yes, Father. After Wei Wei and Zhao Ji sent Zhao Deng off, they obediently stayed in Zhao Deng's residence and waited for his return. The wait lasted for an entire afternoon. However, both of them did not dare to complain. Zhao Deng only returned when the sun set in the west and evening arrived. When he returned, Zhao Deng's expression remained the same. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, his eyes shone strangely. Father, you're finally back. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw Zhao Deng had returned. Now, can you tell me how you want eldest senior brother to help me deal with that Ling Tian? Let's put aside the matter about Ling Tian for now. However, this was the only thing Zhao Ji received in response to his father's words. After Zhao Deng finished speaking, he no longer cared about Zhao Ji, whose expression changed immediately. He immediately looked at Wei Wei and said, Wei, there's nothing else. You may leave now. Yes, Master. Although Wei Wei did not know what had happened that caused his master to dismiss the idea of dealing with that Ling Tian, he still listened to his master's words. Therefore, he immediately left and returned to his residence in the main mansion. When Wei Wei left, Zhao Ji opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, Zhao Deng glared at him and interrupted him. Zhao Ji was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell that his father was worried. At this moment, he obediently kept his mouth shut. However, a hint of unwillingness and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. When Wei Wei's silhouette finally disappeared from his sight, Zhao Ji could no longer hold it in. He immediately looked at Zhao Deng and asked anxiously, Father, what's the matter? Why did you send eldest senior brother away? Also, why did you put aside the matter about that Ling Tian for now? He humiliated me in public. Humiliating me is equivalent to humiliating you, Father. Jier, I know you hate that Ling Tian a lot. In fact, I also want him to disappear from this world. Zhao Deng shook his head and quickly asked, Do you know why Lord Mansion Master summoned me so urgently? Could it be because of that Ling Tian? Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has spoken to protect that Ling Tian and forbade you from interfering? That's not it. Zhao Deng shook his head. This time, Lord Mansion Master is in a hurry to look for me mainly because of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, that Ling Tian contributed quite a bit in this matter. If our Zhao clan were to make things difficult for Ling Tian at this time, the Manor Lord would definitely not be happy. Before I came back, I've already discussed this with your grandfather. We won't touch Duan Ling Tian for the time being. We'll talk about this again after the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is settled. Zhao Deng continued. Grandpa? He knows too? Zhao Ji glared at him. I was summoned by the Lord Mansion Master today. Your grandfather and a few other Vice Mansion Masters were also summoned. Of course, Gu Xiaiyun and Gu Li were also summoned. Zhao Deng said, Guli was there as well? Zhao Ji frowned. Although I don't know what the mystical Sky Mansion is going to do to the Rising Sky Mansion, since the Lord Mansion Master has summoned the 2 Great Guardians and a few Vice Mansion Masters of the mystical Sky Mansion, I'm sure it's not a trivial matter. How could Guli be qualified to be present on such an occasion? This is because Guli was the one who told Gu Xiaiyun about this matter, and Gu Xiaiyun told the Lord Mansion Master about it. Zhao Deng said, Father, you're right. I still don't know what's going on. What's the matter that made you temporarily put aside your plan to deal with that Ling Tian? Zhao Ji asked curiously. He really could not figure out what kind of great contribution Ling Tian could make. It's like this. Although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion had asked Zhao Deng and the others to keep this matter a secret, Zhao Ji was different from Wei Wei. He was Zhao Deng's only son. Therefore, he did not hide it from him and told Zhao Ji that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method. Soul Congregation Technique? Resurrection from the Dead? Top Devil Dao cultivation method? When Zhao Ji heard about this matter, his breathing quickened involuntarily. If he could cultivate such a Devil Dao cultivation method, wouldn't his strength increase in a short period of time? It would be impossible for him to surpass Ling Tian. After all, Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was able to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage in just a year because he had obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method. If I can cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the Eminent Saint stage in just a year. Zhao Ji was very confident about this. When Zhao Deng saw his son's gleaming eyes, how could he not know what was on his son's mind? He immediately reminded him, it's fine if Su Jing cultivates an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method since you'll have a chance to cultivate it. However, if Su Jing doesn't cultivate an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method, but an inhumane one, Lord Mansion Master won't allow anyone to cultivate it. Zhao Ji nodded. However, inwardly, he did not agree or disagree. It's fine as long as I can become stronger. As for inhumane ones, I don't care. As long as I can raise my strength to the point where I can crush Ling Tian, so what if everyone in the world dies? This was Zhao Ji's true thoughts. As long as he could raise his cultivation base, he would not hesitate to use any means and disregard any consequences. Father, what do you plan to do now? Zhao Ji coveted the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Due to this reason, he kept mentioning the matter of going to the Rising Sky Mansion to snatch Su Jing's Devil Dao cultivation method. Lord Mansion Master hasn't said what we're going to do. We'll have to wait until all of you come out from the St. Martial Secret Zone. Only then will Lord Mansion Master be free to do anything, Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji was shocked. Lord Mansion Master is going to personally make a move? Zhao Ji was taken aback. In fact, the Lord Mansion Master of their mystical Sky Mansion had not made a move for many years. However, he was prepared to make a move this time. Our opponent is the Rising Sky Mansion. If Lord Mansion Master isn't here, even if we strike first to gain the upper hand, we'll still suffer quite a bit of damage. The strength of the Rising Sky Mansion's Mansion Master is not inferior to your grandfather. In our mystical Sky Mansion, only Lord Mansion Master is able to suppress him completely, Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji nodded. A fourth-rate force's foundation and strength could not be underestimated as well. Moreover, although the Rising Sky Mansion was only a fourth-rate force, it used to be a quasi-third-rate force many years ago. A fourth-rate force like this was much stronger than an ordinary fourth-rate force. I know you hate Ling Tian, but now's not the time to deal with him. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to wait until the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is over. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and warned him. Father, if we wait until then, I'm afraid Lord Mansion Master would have already taken Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Didn't you say there's a high possibility Lord Mansion Master would take Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple after we come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone? Zhao Ji became anxious when he heard Zhao Deng's words. I can understand how you feel. However, after all of you come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone, the first thing Lord Mansion Master would do is not to take Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Instead, he would go to the Rising Sky Mansion and snatch the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has mastered. Zhao Deng comforted him. Zhao Ji nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Moreover, even if Ling Tian really becomes Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, don't tell me Lord Mansion Master will always be by his side to protect him? As long as he dares to go out alone, isn't it as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for our Zhao clan to take his life? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with confidence. I'm relieved to hear your words, father. Zhao Ji felt relieved. All right, Ji what you should be thinking about now is not the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian. Instead, you should prepare yourself. You will enter the Saint Martial secret zone in 10 days. I hope you'll be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. If you enter the Divine Saint stage in the future and master that divine ability, you'll have a chance to become the next mansion master of our mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji expectantly. There hasn't been such a person in our Zhao clan before. For this reason, I hope you'll be the first person in our Zhao clan to be able to master the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone after breaking through to the Divine Saint stage. Father, I'll work hard and won't disappoint you, Zhao Ji vowed. I won't disappoint you, Zhao Ji said solemnly. During this trip to the Saint Martial secret zone, apart from you, there are 4 other people from our Zhao clan who have also obtained a chance to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. However, the strongest person among them is only at the early refined saint stage. If you have the strength to spare, please help them. If you don't, just take care of yourself, all right? Zhao Deng said solemnly. He did not wish for his son to miss out on the high-grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone because of someone else. Yes, father. In fact, there was no need for Zhao Deng to remind him. After all, Zhao Ji was a selfish person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that while he was cultivating and waiting for the day of the Saint Martial secret zone's opening, he had managed to escape death due to the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had cultivated. Naturally, even if Zhao Deng's great direct disciple, Wei Wei, made a move, he might not necessarily be able to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even if he had the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not dare to use it in front of others. The temptation of the Jasper Celestial Sword was not any less than the Devil Seal Tablet. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not risk using the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of others. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was definitely not a match for Wei Wei. Wei Wei might not dare to kill him due to the mystical Sky Mansion's rules, but he would definitely dare to injure him. Chapter 1762. In the next 10 days, the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion was engulfed by a shocking news. The true origin in Ling Tian's body and the territory he mastered are exactly the same as Li Fei, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Li Fei is his senior brother who has broken through to the Eminent Saint stage and has gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When this news spread out, it swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion like a hurricane. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation were shocked. Then, there were people who questioned the authenticity of this news. However, with the disciples from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion present, they quickly obtained the answer. For a time, the entire mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. Have you heard? Ling Tian is the junior brother of Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Is this true? Of course it's true. Everyone in the mansion is talking about it now. No wonder such monstrous geniuses like Li Feng and Ling Tian appeared in our WCI subterranean in just a few years. As it turns out, they're senior brothers. That's not all. I also heard that Ling Tian and Li Feng's master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Li Feng went to the upper province to look for his master. Sooner or later, Ling Tian will also go to the upper province to look for his master. What? Ling Tian has a master? Similar news could be heard everywhere in the mystical sky mansion. Ling Tian is Li Feng's junior brother? When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, she immediately went to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, she discovered Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. She suppressed the curiosity in her heart and turned around to return. I'll have to ask him when the St. Martial secret zone opens. When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, it was only natural that the others had heard about it as well. Junior brother Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother? Wang Pai was shocked by this news. Ling Tian actually has a master? Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, frowned. He knew the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple or even his last disciple. However, once this news spread, the mansion master of Heaven's Mansion, the mansion master of Mystical Heaven Mansion, Might Mansion. After all, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take Ling Tian as his disciple because he hoped Ling Tian would be able to strengthen the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, now that they found out Ling Tian would head to the upper province to look for his master just like Li Feng, it was not realistic for them to ask Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and help out. Moreover, Ling Tian already had a master. Moreover, his master was a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely take this into consideration and not take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. What a pity for such a genius. Xiaoyi sighed. While Xiaoyi felt that it was a pity, on the other side, someone was wild with joy. Father, have you heard? Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Moreover, he has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It seems like Lord Mansion Master won't take him in as his disciple anymore. After Zhao Ji learned about this, he immediately went to look for his father, Zhao Deng. I can't believe that Ling Tian has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. His master must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to nurture two monstrous geniuses at the same time. Zhao Deng sighed. So what if his master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? As long as we do it discreetly, his master won't be able to find out about us at all. Zhao Ji said fiercely as his eyes flashed fiercely. Indeed. Zhao Deng nodded. After this matter with the Rising Sky Mansion comes to an end, I'll arrange for Ling Tian to be killed. At that time, we'll just create an illusion that he's missing. Nobody will investigate a dead person. No matter how high his innate talent is, he's not completely loyal to the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, even if his master leaves the upper province and comes to the lower province, it'll be a long time later. Even if his master wants to investigate, he won't be able to find out anything. Zhao Ji smiled sinisterly. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion in the Mystical Sky Mansion and the collusion between the father and son from the Zhao clan. It was only until the day the St. Martial secret zone opened that Duan Ling Tian left the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to his room. He opened the door and walked out. You've finally come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked out, a familiar voice entered his ears. Without looking, he could tell it was Wang Fei Xian's voice. So early. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Fei Xian and greeted her with a smile. It's not early anymore. The sun is already out. Wang Fei Xian looked at the rising sun in the horizon and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Oh, right." Suddenly, Wang Fei Xian's eyes gleamed as her expression turned solemn. Recently, there's a rumor in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It's spreading like wildfire. The rumor says you're Li Feng's junior brother, and you have a master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Is that true? That's right. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded. You don't seem surprised at all. Don't tell me you already know this news has spread in the Mystical Sky Mansion? Haven't you been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 days? Wang Fei Xian asked in bewilderment. I didn't know this news had spread in the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, since someone knows about this, it's only a matter of time before it spreads. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. Previously, he had told Renfei about this because he wanted Renfei to spread the news. The main reason he did this was because he did not want the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to accept him as a direct disciple. Apart from that, he also wanted the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to know that he would not stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. He would leave for the Upper Province to look for his made-up master. Naturally, his master was a made-up story. However, it was true that he was going to the Upper Province. However, he was not going to look for his master. Instead, he was going to look for his fiancée, Kerr, and their child. How can you be so calm at such a time? Don't tell me you're not unhappy at all? Wang Feixian was even more puzzled when she saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. Why should I be unhappy? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Why you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Do you know? Currently, many people in the mansion are spreading the news that after this trip to the St. Martial Secret Zone, Lord Mansion Master will most likely accept you as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Duan Lingtian asked. Don't you know that if news of you having a master and will be heading to the Upper Province spreads, it'll affect Lord Mansion Master's decision? Perhaps he might want to accept you as his direct disciple or his last disciple. He might even want to groom you to become the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, if news of this spreads, Lord Mansion Master will definitely dismiss the idea of accepting you as his disciple and groom you to become the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian still had an indifferent expression on his face after she finished speaking, she was completely speechless. Don't tell me you don't think it's a pity at all? There's nothing to feel pity about. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The news is true. Even if it doesn't spread now, it'll still spread in the future. At that time, if the Mansion Master has already accepted me as his direct disciple, I'm afraid things won't end well for me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian fell silent. After a long while, her eyes gleamed brightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was looking at a monster. What are you looking at? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was not used to being stared at like this, and he felt uncomfortable as well. I'm trying to see who you are. To think you don't care about becoming the direct disciple of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Wang Feixian said. Didn't you say I have a master in the Upper Province? Don't tell me you think my master is weaker than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked with a shrug. Wang Feixian really did not know how to refute Duan Lingtian's words. Although she did not know how powerful Duan Lingtian's master was, based on the two monstrous geniuses he had nurtured, he was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was much stronger than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion when it came to nurturing disciples. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We should go to the peak and meet up with the others. Wang Feixian reminded Duan Lingtian when she recalled the important matter. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, he followed Wang Feixian to the peak of the Heaven Palace. When they arrived at the peak, Duan Lingtian realized he and Wang Feixian were considered late. The other 8 people had already arrived. Lingtian. Among the 8 people, Zhaoji immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian the moment he appeared. His eyes were filled with coldness, as though he had a blood feud with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhaoji's hostile gaze. However, he did not bother about it at all. Whether it was in the past or now, he did not take Zhaoji seriously at all. In his opinion, Zhaoji was only capable of glaring at him twice. Zhaoji was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, even if he knew he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, he would still charge forward and fight with his life on the line. On the peak, apart from the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples who had obtained the qualification to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, there were also many other people. These people were all Heaven Palace's disciples. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind swept in from afar. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 2 familiar figures. They were none other than Xiao Yi and Wang Pai. After the 2 of them appeared, their eyes shifted to the other side of the sky in unison. Welcome, Lord Palace Master. Following that, Xiao Yi and Wang Pai bowed in unison. Their voices were filled with humility. Welcome, Lord Palace Master. At this moment, The others present on the scene finally regained their senses and bowed in the direction of the sky in the distance. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.